Tutaweka.
Also acknowledge the significant contributions that have been made by the national government. The institutional full outsource of the cabinet secretary and principal secretary, the ministries,
Sijaweka kwa website ya Dignitary.
In doing so, I'm confident that the objectives that have been set for yourselves through the event and the subsequent ones in the term of the 13th Parliament shall have been met. Honorable Senators, I now wish to acknowledge the presence of invited dignitaries who were invited to join us for this special occasion. If they are present and I call your name, kindly be upstanding so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate traditional way. These are Governor Jeremiah Ekemais Napotikan, the Governor of Turkana County, Governor Simon Chepapin Kitelei, West Pokot, Governor Jonathan Lati Lelelit, Samburu County, Governor Mahmoud Mohamed Ali Marsabit, Governor Benjamin Chesire Cheboy Baringo, Dr. John Erus, Deputy Governor Turkana, Mr. Daniel Epuyo Nanok, MP Turkana West, Mr. Paul Ekonon Nabuini, MP Turkana North, Mr. John Ariko Namoit, MP Turkana County, Honorable Nicholas Ngikolong, MP Turkana East, Honorable Potas Ewesit Akuja, MP Loima, Honorable Cecilia Ngitit, Women Representative Turkana County, Honorable Christopher Doye Nakuleo, Speaker Turkana County, Honorable Frederick Plimo Kaptui, Speaker West Pokot County Assembly, Honorable Steve Lenamale, Speaker Samburu County Assembly, Honorable Aiden Wario Dida, Speaker Marsabit County Assembly, Honorable Vincent Kemboy, Speaker Baringo County Assembly, Mr. Linus Lokawa Miyan, Clerk Turkana County Assembly, Honorable Josephat Koli Nanok, EGH Deputy Chief of Staff, State House, Mr. Abraham Lokwon, Chairman Turkana Council of Elders, Mr. James Ekalale Lochakula, Treasurer Turkana Council of Elders, and Mr. Cosmas Nama, Secretary Turkana Council of Elders. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I wish to thank our guests for honoring our invitation and joining us in this auspicious occasion, for those who had time to honor those invitations. Now, honorable senators, as I conclude, I reiterate the symbiotic relationship between the Senate and the county governments. This relationship must be based on mutual understanding, consultation, learning, and experience sharing for devolution to achieve its objectives as enshrined in the Constitution. I'm optimistic that in the coming days, this will be demonstrated. Once again, I extend our gratitude to the leadership of Turkana County government and the great people of Turkana County for receiving the Senate and facilitating our sittings in the cradle of mankind. I thank you. Now, before I take my seat, honorable senators, I am alive to the fact that the environment in Turkana, and more particularly in this chamber, may not be the same as the one you're used to back in Nairobi. And since then, the environment is different. The dress code is being called upon to be relooked so that we can be able to be comfortable as we transact our business. One of the fundamental rights of a worker or an employee is a comfortable working place so that you can be able to get or draw the most from that particular worker or from that particular employee. If the employee is dressed in a manner that will hamper the discharge of his duties, then that dress code must be reviewed. In this instance, and for purposes of the sitting in Turkana County Assembly, and this is no way a precedent to be used or to be quoted when we are back in Nairobi, I will allow for the comfort of members while discharging your noble duty in this chamber, and to make sure that you're comfortable as you discharge that duty, I'm going to review the dress code for the 3 sittings. That is for today, tomorrow, and Thursday. It shall not be mandatory that senators dress in formal suits. It shall not be mandatory. For those who are comfortable in donning official suits, kindly proceed to do so, but it shall not be mandatory. As long as you're decently dressed, the chair will be comfortable with that. Decency in the following meaning. For example, a senator is in an official shirt. We demand of you to accompany that shirt with a tie. And I'm saying this because I'm experiencing what is happening to me as I address you. As your chair and your speaker, I will persevere the heat of Turkana County because I have an option of sitting here for only 10 minutes and allow my panel to relieve me. You have no reliever because you represent your counties. And therefore, you'll be expected to sit through the session. And therefore, your comfort is a major concern to the chair. For those who will don African attire, be it women or the men, as long as the shirt is long sleeves, we will allow you to don that particular attire. I want to believe that this will ensure that senators are comfortable so that as we go back to Nairobi, we don't have the excuses that I was unable to discharge my duties as a senator because the environment was harsh. Your comfort is our concern, and that's why we have reviewed those rules precisely and particularly for the 3 days. That is today, tomorrow, and Thursday. It is so directed. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Order, honorable senators. As you sit here, the standing orders are applicable. So don't assume that because you're sitting away from Nairobi, we have a different set of standing orders. The very same standing orders as applicable in Nairobi are applicable in this county assembly. I will call upon the chairperson of the Finance and Budget Committee to lay the papers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to be the first to speak in this session. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 26th of September 2033, report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the county government's revenue raising process bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The chairperson, the ad hoc committee on the happenings of Shakahola, is supposed to give notice. Or any member of that committee. I thought I traveled here with Senator Mungatana, the vice chair. Any member to proceed to give that notice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion. That are aware that at a sitting of the Senate held on 27th of April 2023, the Senate by resolution established an ad hoc committee to investigate the of religious organizations and the circumstances leading to the death of more than 95 people in Shakahola, Kilifi County. Appreciating that the initial mandate of the Select Committee was due to lapse on Wednesday, 26th of July, 2023, but was extended for a further 30 days at a sitting of the Senate held on 1st of August, 2023, to allow the committee to conclude the investigations owing to the involving nature of the matter at the time, with discovery of new grave sites. Noting that the renewed mandate of the committee lapsed on 5th of September 2023, and the committee is yet to meet a number of key stakeholders in order to prepare a comprehensive report. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves to renew the mandate of the ad hoc committee by a further period not exceeding 7 days of this resolution, and to table its findings report in the Senate on or before 4th of October 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chairperson ad hoc committee on the victims of the 1998 bombings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Establishment of an ad hoc committee on the compensation of Kenyan victims of the 1998 bombing in the United States of America Embassy in Nairobi, the chairperson of the ad hoc committee. I beg to give notice to the following motions. That are aware that the sitting of the Senate held on Thursday, 27th June 2023, the Senate resolved to establish an ad hoc committee to investigate the compensation of the Kenyan victims of the 1998 bombing of the United States of America Embassy in Nairobi, and report back to the House within 3 months of its establishment. Realizing that the 3 months period will lapse on 30th September 2023, but owing that the magnitude of the work involved, the committee will not have completed the work within the duration. Noting the end for the time to carry out through inquiry into this matter. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves to review the mandate of the ad hoc committee for a further period not exceeding 45 days of these resolutions, and to table its final report in the Senate on or before 10th of November 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Na hiyo kelele ni nini?
The chairperson, Standing Committee on Delegated Legislation.
Honorable Speaker, you know we are disoriented. This is not our usual sitting place. So anybody can easily understand where we are. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That aware that the sitting of the Senate held on 20th June 2023, the cross-mirror regulation legal notice number 41 of 2023 was tabled in the Senate and referred to the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation for consideration. Realizing that the 28 sitting days timeline for consideration of the regulation lapses on Tuesday, 26 September 2023, but owing to the magnitude of the work involved, the committee has not been able to complete its work within the duration. Aware that Section 15.3 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013 provides that by a resolution, Parliament may extend the time for consideration of a statutory instrument by a period not exceeding 21 calendar days. Noting that the need for more time to scrutinize the submission from the public engagement forums, especially the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and the Council of Governors. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves to extend the time for consideration of the Crops Mirror Regulation 2023 by a further 21 days, calendar days, and table its report on or before 17th of October 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Senators, just housekeeping. In the event that you will need to visit places to make yourself comfortable, you can use this exit. The other one is not available. That is the office of the Chief Sergeant at Arms. So this chamber is not a replica of what we have in Nairobi. So these two doors do not. No, you can use this exit. No, they will have to go to the bow and come this way. Next order. You will have to do with this kind of inconvenience, Honorable Senators.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Now, Honorable Senators, you will allow me, for the convenience of the House, to rearrange the sequence of today's order paper pursuant to Standing Order 45-2. Instead of taking the statements at this juncture, we will move to do division on order number 9, 10, and 11. After we are done with the division, we will move to order number 12 and 13. Once we are done with that, then we'll come back to the normal flow as contained in today's order paper. So clerk, kindly proceed to call the order as the order paper amended. Senator Wambua, we are not in some market where you just shout to your colleagues on the other side. There's a better way of consulting. I know you're consulting on a very important matter, but there's a better way of doing it. Thank you.
Order number 9, the prompt payment bill, Senate Bills number 8 of 2022, second reading, division. Order number 10, the Equalization Fund Administration Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of 2023, second reading division. Order number 11, the Kenyan Sign Language Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of 2023, second reading division.
Sergeant at Arms, kindly proceed to ring the division bell for 5 minutes.
The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, currently presiding over the business of the Senate during this inaugural sitting of Senate Mashinani in Turkana County, has just directed the Sergeant at Arms to ring the quorum bell. And this is in preparation for consideration of the prompt payment bill. This is Senate Bills number 8 of the year 2022. This particular bill is currently at the second stage. The bill, in a nutshell, seeks to have monies paid on time on various services as well as goods delivered. This prompt payment bill, a bill by nominated Senator Mariam Shakil, is a bill with a total number of about 11 clauses that seeks to address the issues of pending bills in state corporations, county governments, national governments, as well as other entities. The last clause of the bill, clause number 11, seeks to have the Cabinet Secretary, within 1 year of coming into this act, make regulations for the better carrying out of any of the provisions under this particular act, and under clause 11.2, without prejudice of the generality of subsection 1, the Cabinet Secretary shall make regulations to provide for the prescribed payment date that is earlier than 90 days prescribed in the definition of the word payment date under section 2. The bill further seeks that any person who wishes to enter into a contract for supplying of goods, works, as well as services, and this is with a national as well as county government entity, shall make a declaration to the accounting officers of the entity on any pending payments owed to a small as well as micro enterprises, as well as make a declaration that will be made in writing detailing on when the outstanding payments fell due, as well as reasons for the delay of payment and any agreements entered into between the supplier and the procuring entity. And this is for the purposes of settlement of the outstanding payments.
Close the door and draw the bar. Order, honorable members. Now, voting will not be done electronically. Instead, we'll do voting through a roll call, in which case, therefore, we have to get tellers for the nose and for the eyes. So can we have those two tellers to proceed to the dispatch? Yes, what is the point of order?
Okay. Speaker, for ease of process, can I request that we take all the three votes together, and therefore you have, as you arrange the tellers, we do it that way.
That is exactly what I was to speak to after we've gotten the tailors.
Thank you.
Let's have the tailors, please. So, Senator Karen Nyamu for the ayes. Is it? Senator Nyamu, you are tailor for which side? Ayes. And Senator Catherine Muma, tailor for the nays. Now, honorable senators, when your name is called out, you will proceed to vote and vote once for the three orders. So number 9, so you vote order 9, you place your vote. Order 10, you vote. Order 11, you proceed to vote. So there are 3 votes, but you'll do that at once. So number 9 is the prompt payment bill, Senate Bills number 8 of 2022. That is order 9. Order 10 is the equalization fund. You better listen carefully because you may shoot down a bill that you intended to support. So order 10 is the equalization fund, administration bill, Senate Bills number 14 of 2023. And the third bill is order 11. That is the Kenyan Sign Language Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of 2023. In that order. Number 9, the prompt payment. Number 10, the equalization fund. And number 11, the sign language bill. Having explained that, honorable senators, I will now proceed to put the question. On order number 9, I will proceed to put the question that the prompt payment bill, Senate Bills number 8 of 2022, be now read second time. That is the question in respect to order 9. Order number 10, I will also proceed to put the question that the Equalization Fund Administration Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of 2023 be now read a second time. On the third order, that is order number 11, I will also proceed to put the question that the Kenyan Sign Language Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of 2023, be now read a second time. The clerk will proceed to call upon senators to make their vote known. Clerk, you may now proceed with the roll call.
Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed, Wajir County. Senator Adan Duro Fatuma, Isiolo County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote Order 9 no, Order 10 yes, Order 11 yes. I thank you.
Senator Boy Isa Juma, Kwale County. Senator Cherargei Samson, Nandi County. Senator Cheriot Aaron, Kericho County.
Mr. Speaker, my votes are no, yes, yes.
Senator Chesang Alan Kiprotich, Trans Nzoia County. Senator Chute Mohammed Said, Marsabit. Senator Ekwomwa James Romenen, Turkana County. Senator Haji Abdul Mohammed, Garissa County. Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Mr. Speaker, on order number 9, I abstain. Number 10, yes. Number 11, yes.
Senator Kamau Joseph Githuku, Lamu County.
Mr. Speaker, order number 9, I vote no. Order number 10, I vote yes. Order number 11, I vote yes.
Senator Kathuri Murungi, Meru County.
Honorable Speaker, I vote in this order, no, yes, yes.
Senator Keroche Tabitha Karanja, Nakuru County. Senator Harware Boni, Kakamega County. Senator Kipkorir William Cheptumo, Baringo County.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is as follows: no, yes, yes.
Senator Kisang William Kipkemoi, Erigeyo Marakwet County. Senator Lelewe Steve, Samburu County. Senator Maanzo Daniel, Makueni County.
Mr. Speaker, my votes are no, then yes, and yes.
Senator Mazayo Stewart, Kilifi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in the following manner. Order number 9, no. Order number 10 and 11, yes, respectively.
Senator Mandago Jackson, Wasindigishu County. Senator Methu John Muhea, Nyandarua County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no, yes, yes.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County.
Senator Mundigi Alexander Munyi, Embu County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no. Yes, yes.
Senator Mungatana Danson Boya, Tana River County. Senator Murango James Kamau, Kirinyaga County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in the following manner. Abstain, yes, yes.
Senator Mudhama Agnes Kavindu, Machakos County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no to number 9. I vote yes to number 10 and yes to number 11.
Senator Mwaruma Jones Masushe, Taita Taveta County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For number 9, I vote no. Number 10, I vote no. Number 11, I vote yes.
Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, Tharaka Nithi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no, yes, yes, in that order.
Senator Mwinyihaji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote no for the prompt payment bill. I vote yes for the equalization fund bill, and I vote yes for the last bill. Thank you.
Senator Nderitu John Kinywa, Laikipia County. Senator Ngugi Joe Nyutu, Murang'a County.
Mr. Speaker, Murang'a votes no, yes, yes.
Senator Ojenda Odhiambo Tom, Kisumu County. Senator Oginga Oburu, Siaya County. Senator Okech Eddie Gesheru, Migori County. Senator Okoit Andrew Omtata, Busia County. Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County. Senator Onyonka Richard, Momoima, Kisii County.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, yes, yes.
Senator Ososi Godfrey Atieno, Vihiga County.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is abstain on order number 9. Yes, yes.
Senator Recha Julius Murgol, West Pokot County.
Mr. Speaker, my votes are 9, no, 10, yes, 11, yes.
Senator Roba Ali Ibrahim, Mandera County. Senator Seki Lenku Orekanal, Kajiado County.
Honorable Speaker, I vote no, yes, yes.
Senator Sifuna Edwin Watenya, Nairobi City County.
Mr. Speaker, on the prompt payments bill, I vote no. On the equalization fund administration bill, yes. And on the sign language bill, yes.
Senator Thangwa Paul Karungo, Kiambu County.
I vote no to order number 9. I vote yes to the Equalization Fund Administration Bill, and I vote yes to the Kenyan Sign Language Bill.
Senator Wafula David Wakori, Bungoma County.
I vote in the following order: no, yes, yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wakili Hilary Kiprotich Sigei, Bomet County.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I vote no for order 9, 10 I vote yes, and 11 I vote yes.
Senator Wamatinga Wahome, Nyeri County. Senator Wambua Enoch Kiyo, Kitui County.
So, Mr. Speaker, on the prompt payments bill, I abstain. On the equalization fund bill, I vote yes. On the Kenya Sign Language bill, I vote yes.
It's 24. Yeah, we are good. Yeah, 24. Even with Maroma, yeah, 24. How will you get bill administration? Utapataje bill administration? How will you get it? Abstentions. So it's 0.21 on the first bill. Yes, 0. No, that is second one, 24, 1. 24 yes, 1 no. 24 yes, yeah. Then 25 yes, 0, 0. On which bill?
Can we hasten in tallying the votes? The Senator for Nairobi, can you approach the chair, please? Now, honorable senators, the results of the bill are now in, and they are. Before I proceed to read the results, Sergeant at Arms, kindly open the door and withdraw the bar. The results of the division are as follows. For order number 9, ayes 0, noes 21, abstention 4. So the noes have it. The bill therefore cannot proceed to the second stage. Order number 10, the Equalization Fund Amendment Bill, ayes 24, noes 1, abstention 0. So the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the administrative structures for the management of the Equalization Fund, to establish an advisory board, and for connected purposes.
The results of the revision on number 11, the Kenya Sign Language Bill, are as follows. Ayes 25, noes 0, abstention 0. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to give effect to Article 7(3)(b) of the Constitution on the promotion and development of the use of Kenyan Sign Language, to give effect to Article 54(1)(d), to provide for inclusion of sign language in educational curriculum, to provide for the use of sign language in legal proceedings, and for connected purposes.
Next order. Now, honorable senators, you will allow me to vary the direction, the directive that I had given earlier. I had indicated that we were going to rearrange the sequence of the order paper, and from the division we are supposed to move to order 12 and 13. However, there is a procedural motion. Those regulations lapse today. So we have to determine this motion today. Since it's a procedural motion, I do not expect that we spend a lot of time on this particular motion. I will call upon the chairperson standing committee on delegated legislation to move this motion. Once we are concluded on this particular matter, we will go back to order 12 and 13. Senator Gataya, proceed.
Order number 8, motion, extension of time for consideration of the crops MIRA regulations 2023.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move the following motion, that the extension of time for consideration of the crops, MIRA Regulation 2023. That aware that the sitting of the Senate held on 20th June 2023, the crops MIRA Regulations, legal notice number 41 of 2023 was tabled in the Senate and referred to the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation considerations. Realizing that the 28 sitting days in timeline for consideration of the regulations lapses on Tuesday, 26th September 2023, but owing to the magnitude of the work involved, the committee has not been able to complete its work within the duration. Aware that Section 15(3) of the Special Instrument Act 2013 provides that by a resolution, Parliament may extend the time for consideration of a statutory instrument by a period not exceeding 21 calendar days. Noting that the need for more time to scrutinize the submissions from the public engagement forums, especially the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, and the Council of Governors. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves to extend the time for consideration of the crops MIRA Regulation 2023 by a further 21 days, 21 calendar days, and table its report on or before 17th of October 2023. I beg to lay. I beg to move. Thank you, Speaker. I ask Senator Faki to second the motion, who also happens to be my member.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is important that the committee be given more time to consider these regulations. The regulations will govern all the crops similar to MIRA, that is, it includes Wogaka, Hat, and many others. The reason why we could not complete the scrutiny in time was because the CS in charge of agriculture was unwell last week when we summoned him together with the Council of Governors to consider the regulations. So I second the request for time, and we believe we shall be able to conclude these important regulations within the specified time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Senators, I will now proceed to propose the question. That aware that the sitting of the Senate held on the 20th June 2023, the crops MIRA regulations legal notice number 41 of 2023 was tabled in the Senate and referred to the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation for consideration, realizing that the 28 sitting days timeline for consideration of the regulations lapses on Tuesday, 26 September 2023, but owing to the magnitude of the work involved, the committee has not been able to complete its work within the duration. Aware that Section 15(3) of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013 provides that by resolution, Parliament may extend the time for consideration of a statutory instrument by a period not exceeding 21 calendar days, noting the need for more time to scrutinize the submission from the public engagement forums, especially the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, and the Council of Governors. Now, therefore, the Senate resolved to extend the time for consideration of crops Mirror Regulations 2023 by a further 21 calendar days and table its report on or before 17th October 2023. Now, honorable senators, under standing orders, each of you is allowed to contribute for a maximum of 20 minutes on such a matter. You may proceed and debate this motion with each talking for not more than 20 minutes. Or you may, one of you, for example, may move a motion to limit time within which members can make contributions. Alternatively, you may agree by consensus that you don't have to debate a procedural motion and allow the chair to put the question. Which of those three options are you comfortable, honorable senators? The chair will therefore proceed to put the question. That aware that at the sitting of the Senate held on the 20th June 2023, the Crops Mirror Regulations Legal Notice number 41 of 2023 was tabled in the Senate and referred to the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation for consideration, realizing that the 28 sitting days timeline for consideration of the regulations lapses on Tuesday, 26th September 2023, but owing to the magnitude of the work involved, the committee has not been able to complete its work within the duration, aware that Section 15.3 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013 provides that by resolution, Parliament may extend the time for consideration of a statutory instrument by a period not exceeding 21 calendar days, noting the need for more time to scrutinize the submission from the public engagement forums, especially the Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, and the Council of Governors. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves to extend the time for consideration of crops, Mirror Regulations 2023, by a further 21 calendar days and table its report on or before 17th October 2023. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order. Now, honorable senators, at the start of this sitting, I indicated that I had invited a number of guests to this session, but when I called out their names, they were not present. I'm happy now to announce to you the presence of the following senior officials led by none other than His Excellency, the Governor of Turkana County, Governor Jeremiah Ekamais Napotikan. We also have the presence of the Speaker of Turkana County Assembly, the Honorable Christopher Doye Napuleo. We also have the presence of the Clerk of Turkana County Assembly, Mr. Linus Nokawa Miyan. Thank you. Next. Yes, Senator Kathuri, what say you?
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I really wanted to just pass my appreciation to the county government of Turkana, then by the governor himself, His Excellency Jeremiah, who has really welcomed us in this town. I arrived this morning and I was met together with my majority leader and the minority leader by very enthusiastic dancers and a very organized choir. You know, I was stressed because I woke up at 3 a.m. to catch the 6:45 a.m. flight. But when I ran in and did the jig with the choir, I was really refreshed, energized, and I'm very happy to be in this chamber. I want to congratulate my colleague, Speaker Christopher Nakuleu, who I served with him in the National Assembly for 2 consecutive terms, from 2013 to 2022. Honorable Nakuleu is a very charismatic man. I remember in the 2013 to 2017, we served in the Committee of International Relations. And Mr. Speaker, this gentleman had a lot of knowledge because he served also in Yara. So he had a lot of wisdom which really made us prosper as a committee. So I know as a speaker in this house, the Honorable Nakuleu this house is in the right hands. So my colleague, Honorable Nakuleu, I'll be looking for you later in the evening for our normal discussions, you know them, where we left that time. Thank you very much indeed.
In that same breath, allow me to give the majority leader, on behalf of the majority side, also to express his appreciation, and thereafter I will allow the minority leader also to communicate and register his appreciation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this chance. Mr. Speaker, I join you and the Deputy Speaker, the rest of all our colleagues, to appreciate and send our greatest and best of wishes to the County of Turkana as they host us for this year's edition of Senate Mashinani. I appreciate that the leaders have found time to welcome us into the beautiful County of Turkana, the cradle of mankind, the home of the world's largest desert lake, and so many attributes that you can list about this county, Mr. Speaker. I know many of our colleagues, like yours truly, this is the first time to be in the County of Turkana. And in the few days hours that we've been here, because I arrived this morning, Mr. Speaker, have learned that one of the greatest potential counties in our country, Mr. Speaker, is the County of Turkana. They say, Mr. Speaker, that a chain is as strong as its weakest links. I still maintain the position, Mr. Speaker, that our weakest link are our frontier counties. Not because that they lack opportunities, not because they are not resourced, Mr. Speaker, but because we have over the years marginalized them. Yet, Mr. Speaker, there lies in great potential if we invest in this county, these frontier counties of ours, Mr. Speaker. They can be source of great inspiration and uplifting for the people of Kenya. Therefore, I hope that in the next few days we shall be here. It shall be an eye-opening moment for all of us as senators and decision makers in this country, so that we continue investing in our frontier counties like Turkana and the rest, Mr. Speaker. I thank also the colleague leaders who have come together with the people of Turkana. I hope we shall get to learn and enjoy. It was our most ardent wish, and I spoke to Governor Daniel earlier this year and told him, please have the Tobong Lore ceremony alongside this Senate Mashinani. Unfortunately, I think due to other reasons, that wasn't possible. So just to tell him that if there are goats that he had set aside for senators, he should not sell them. We shall still be back here for Tobong Lore later on in the year once they reveal to us. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I will join the Deputy Speaker together with my friend Honorable Nakuleu in their usual discussions, only that my drink of choice will be different. I will survive on water, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Minority leader.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, pia mimi nataka nijiunge na wewe kwa kuweza kuwashukuru ndugu zetu waheshimiwa wakiongozwa na Gavana Jeremiah kwa ukarimu wao na makaribisho yao hapa ndani ya Turkana. Nimejionea mimi mwenyewe wakati nikifika kwa mara ya kwanza katika kaunti zote ambazo tumeweza kwenda katika Senate Mashinani, kama ni kuwapatia zawadi ya ushindi, basi watu wa Turkana makaribisho yao yako hali ya juu sana, na tumeyapendelea, tumekubali, na tumeweza pia kucheza dansi ama ngoma za kinyumbani za hapa Turkana, na tumefurahikia sana. Asante sana Bwana Governor, waheshimiwa wenzetu na ndugu zetu wengine wote walioshiriki katika mahali ya makaribisho haya. Kitu cha muhimu pia vile vile nataka kutoa shukrani vile vile kwa ukarimu wenu kukubali kwamba hii Senator Mashinani tuilete hapa na tuweze kutumia chemba yenu ambayo ndio bunge lenu la hapa Turkana, mkiwa mmetupisha sisi ili tuweze kufanya shughuli, muweze kuona maseneta wale ambao wengi wenu pengine hamuja tuona, mnafanya kutuona katika maruninga, lakini imekuwa sababu nzuri kuja hapa na nyinyi kutupatia nafasi kuweza kukaa hapa na kujadiliana vizuri na kuona miswada tunaipitisha namna gani, vile tunaendelea kujibishana katika majadiliano yetu ambao huwa hapa ndani ya bunge la Senate. Kwa hiyo najua wakati hata tukiwa tutaondoka tutarudi, mtajifundisha mengi kutoka kwa sisi kama ndugu zenu wakubwa tukiwa katika bunge la Senate. Na pia vile vile Bwana Gavana, ningependa pia kukuunga mkono katika makaribisho yako kwao, na vile vile ungeweza pia ukawakaribisha ukawaambia ikiwa itawezekana wakuja kule Nairobi pia sisi tuwafanyie makaribisho makubwa sana. Asante Bwana Speaker.
I will allow the host senator to officially welcome the Senate to his home county.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this golden opportunity. I was very worried, Mr. Speaker, that you have forgotten me, because I know you won't. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. We came late because we had taken our energy committee to the Talo Oil. That is Lokcher, which is 90 kilometers from there. Yesterday, again, we went to Lake Turkana Windy Power to get rid of blackouts in this nation. Mr. Speaker, I'm very, very happy. I came here, you gave me permission to mobilize the county on Wednesday. So I came here, Mr. Speaker. I went to every radio, every youth who was around, women, and I sensitized to make sure God has given us an opportunity of Senate Mashinani. To us, this is just an opportunity that is so special to us. Because, Mr. Speaker, I've been crying most of the time in Senate saying we were marginalized, we were forgotten. Now, in the essential paper of 1965, that many opportunities, we were denied opportunities that we deserved. But this time, Mr. Speaker, I can confidently say Kenya, Turkana County belongs to Kenya. So, as we prepare to go back, Mr. Speaker, I know, Mr. Speaker, everybody will say, I have come from the farthest corner of Kenya, and we have learned many things in this Turkana County. Mr. Speaker, finally, I know we have challenges, and challenges are there in every community. Because we were with the senior senators in Takwel, in Lokicher, seeing the challenges faced by the community by the Talo organization. Mr. Speaker, one thing I just wanted to say, Mr. Speaker, I am very happy to see our senators because all dignified senators are here. And I am telling my community, the people who are seeing, they have been seeing on TVs, the people that have been hearing, the people have been seeing on televisions and newspapers, they are all here. You can feel them, you can touch them, you can hear them, they are all here. They are fearfully and wonderfully made. So thank you. I know I've been given that opportunity. I know the challenges that Turkana County has been having. There have been dictums and there have been assumptions that we are allocated funds, and we do not know these funds. We do not know how to where it is. But you have seen those who went us those who went to with us Takwel, Nini Lukcher. You saw what happened on the road. Where those who went, the women, Kewapa, we saw the women, the Keosa. You saw the women how it was. Those people who wanted to go to Kibich, there is so many things to see. So that when Jesus was preaching the word, he visited all the areas and see the issues with his naked eyes before he went to the spirit. So you have seen it. So when we go back, I think we will interpret it in spirit and assist us to challenge our issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Clerk. Next order. Honorable Senators, before we proceed to order number 12 and 13, I will allow Senator Mandago to table papers.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, 26 September 2023. Report on the Standing Committee of Health on the Facility Improvement Financing Bill 2023, Senate Bill number 43 of 2023, and the report on the Primary Health Care Bill 2023, Senate Bill number 44, on the floor of the House.
Next order, Clerk.
Order number 12, the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bills number 43 of 2023, second reading.
The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this chance to move this very important bill. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bill number 43 of 2023, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, I don't think we will have chosen a better destination as a Senate to move this particular bill before the House of the Senate than in Turkana County, which, like my colleagues have said, is a county filled with great potential. But of course, thanks to many reasons, Mr. Speaker, for many of which I don't wish to indulge in this afternoon, continues to suffer marginalization and various challenges as a county, Mr. Speaker, many of which will now be addressed by bills such as this. Mr. Speaker, this bill is one amongst a series of 4 bills that will be coming to the House of Parliament in the next few days that enables or give life to UHC, the promise of universal health care. To the best of my knowledge, Mr. Speaker, the conversation on UHC is a conversation that as a country we've had for too long. In fact, to the best of my recollection, I think as early as 2009, when you, Mr. Speaker, were then a member of the National Assembly, is when this conversation began on UHC. And we've had trials and mistrials. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that in the last session of the Senate, about 5 counties were picked. And then you served as a governor, therefore you are all too familiar with the trial phase of UHC. I think it was Nyeri, Kisumu, Nakuru, Machakos, and I can't remember the 5th county. I think, yeah, Isiolo, where Senator Fatuma Dulo comes from. And our health committee returned a very damning verdict on the rollout of UHC as was then rolled out, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, a lot of thinking has gone into these 4 bills, the first one of which I am moving this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and with the hope, if colleagues will indulge me, and if we collectively, not just Mr. Speaker, I don't want to preempt debate, but if colleagues allow, and because I see it's 4 o'clock, if we contribute on this one and have the time to subsequently still consider the other bill, we can commence work on the same, Mr. Speaker, so that the people of Turkana can appreciate the goodies that the legislature of the Senate has brought to them. The work of the legislature, Mr. Speaker, you will know, is to set laws, provide the legislative framework upon which government policy, either national government or county governments, can be dictated or directed upon. It is my most sincere hope, Mr. Speaker, that by the time we leave Turkana on Thursday, the 2 bills that at least the Senate has published, the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, and the other one whose report has just been tabled, the one for Facilities Improvement Financing, the other one for Primary Health Care Bill, Mr. Speaker, we will have concluded on them and have the time to at least explain to the people of Turkana of what importance those bills are and what it means when you visit a particular health facility in any of the far-flung villages of Turkana County, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, just laying basis about this Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Mr. Speaker, on why we need such a bill. I don't know how many colleague senators take time to go through the financial records of your specific counties, especially the A&A collections or on-source revenue, and see how your county utilizes those resources. The sad reality, and I have seen this happen in my own county of Kericho last term, Mr. Speaker, that when MCAs and county governors want to enter into an arrangement with a deal, the quickest way in which you can reward your cronies or members of the county assemblies is to direct resources to places of easy procurement. That's why if you go to any county, and I bet you, check each of your 47 counties, you will find that the roads department has the highest bill. Why is it so? Because many other times, you'll find that almost every member of a county assembly, every friend of the governor, has a tipper, has a lorry, and they are able to procure easily. You'll find that our facilities, because the supply of medical equipment, for example, if it is health-related, many of the people that have the connections to those that hold the reins of power in our county governments do not know where you can source it from. And therefore, the easier thing to do, and like I have said, I saw this happen in my own county, where a hospital, say Siaya District Hospital or Bondo District Hospital, Senator Oburu, just by way of example, despite all the on-source revenue that it generates, do you know that that revenue goes into one pool, just as all the monies that are collected in markets, in permits, and all these other reasons, or all these other sources of resources. And therefore, at the end of the day, you find that despite the fact that, say, your sub-county and your health centers have collected, say, 300-400 million in a financial year, what troops back to those facilities is hardly 10, 20, or 30%, which explains the reason why many of our health centers are in the condition that they are. They cannot service suppliers, citizens are sharing beds, doctors cannot be paid, and therefore, one of the thinking that has informed the 4 bills that are coming before the House is that before we have a conversation on UHC, let us first ensure that we secure all the resources that are collected in our health centers, in our counties, and put it in law. That's why this law is coming before you. This is an act of parliament to provide for public health facility improvement financing and management and administration of the improvement financing for the connected purposes. It ensures that, at least for a start, before we even think about any other resources that we can get, what we have collected remains specifically and budgeted for. In fact, I like when I will later be referring to the amendments that have been proposed by the committee is that on matters nomenclature, they have paid even greater attention so that the committee is using language, our health committee, that is agreeable to the provisions of PFM, such that you find if words like, because of maybe poor drafting or the bill might have been hurried, I see a proposal in terms of, if you read through the report that the committee is giving, is that it is using words such as budgeted for, which means you understand once resources have been budgeted for a certain purpose, you cannot divert and use it for a different what is it called, purpose. The wording in the language in the bill as is before the amendment that will be coming from the committee is reserved. We are specific. We don't want to just reserve. We want to budget for the same resources. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this bill was first published on the 15th of September, 2023, and read for a first time then. Of course, I have explained that this bill provides public health facility improvement financing, management, and administration. The justification, I have laid basis using live examples of things that you need to check in your own county governments, Mr. Speaker, some of which are provided even in PFM, which stipulates that the county treasury for each government shall ensure that all the money raised or received by and on behalf of the county government is paid into the CRF account, except that money that may, in accordance with other legislation or the act or county legislation, be retained by the county government entity that received for purposes of defraying its expenses. Section 109(2) of the PFM Act is what is laying basis for this particular bill. This is what will blockade your resources. Mr. Speaker, I will use an example which I don't like. I'm not a very big fan of the CDF. But one of the reasons why CDF remains to be very popular among the citizens of the Republic is that its use is stratified. There's a certain percentage beyond which a member of parliament cannot spend those particular resources. There's this amount you can use for bursary, this one you can use for sports activities, this one you can use for administration, and it's specified and provided in the law. That happens, that is the brilliance of CDF. And that's why on many occasions, despite our opinion as a house on the same fund, when you take the discussion to members of the public, they appreciate it for what it has been able to do. That is the same kind of thinking that informs this decision. Therefore, this bill, Mr. Speaker, will ring-fence the money generated by the health facilities, ensuring that there is a predictable, regular and steady source of funding for the health facilities operation in our counties. That is intended to guarantee funds are utilized for improvement of patient care at individual facilities, and you prevent them from being absorbed into the county coffers. I've explained what happens in all our counties. Check with your own counties and you will notice that all counties, actually without exception, they do this particular thing. Of course, Mr. Speaker, you know that investing in our public health facilities, improvement, financing and effective management and administration of these funds is an essential pillar of equitable healthcare system. We are talking about UHC, but the discussion cannot just end and begin at how much funds have been raised. It's about how do we use those funds that we have raised. And one of the key measures that is being put is that we are saying, before we even look at the resources that will be raised from NHIF contributions and from insurance funds, that's perhaps in the other bills that will be coming to the House once they are done in the Assembly, that which the county already has, that which they have collected from your citizens, Senator Kavindu in Machakos, in all your facilities, is ring-fenced, and Governor Wavinya cannot use it for any other purpose other than improving in your own health facilities. Brilliant idea, which has been learned from the experiences of all the trials that I've explained of UHC from 2009 up to now where we are in this particular. Of course, further, these investments will have further far-reaching economic and societal implications. You know, Mr. Speaker, that improved health facilities create jobs, number one, in construction, number two, maintenance, and healthcare services, stimulating the local economy in where all these health centers are, deep down in your villages, in whatever part of the country that you come. This will bolster the reputation and trust in our healthcare system. One of the reasons, if you have a headache, Senator Wambua, in the dead of the night, the decision that you make of which facility to go to is based on the trust that you have on that facility. The same is a case that you are proposing for the citizens and the people that we represent in this house. Your citizens, my own citizens in Kericho, need to be happy about a particular health center, that they know that in the dead of the night, if I fell sick in Kapchebet, my village where I come from in Kericho, I can go to Kabianga Health Dispensary, the closest health center facility close to my rural home, Mr. Speaker, and I will get treatment. It's about trust in our facility, something that is deeply lacking, because on many occasions, first of all, even as basic as just having the hospital gate open is not something that many of our citizens are guaranteed. They know that on many afternoons, they ask themselves, the first question is that health center, first of all, operational? At least with these resources attached to a particular health center, you are able to keep those that are supposed to be kept open for 24 hours, such that any of your citizens, the people you represent in this house, will be readily available. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I don't want or intend to speak long about it because it's a very simple bill, Mr. Speaker, and I know many of our colleagues will wish to speak on these particular bills, and therefore we will have a discussion about how much time it will take and how many people can speak on. Like I have mentioned, Mr. Speaker. Sorry? Oh, sorry, I thought he was speaking to me. Specifically, just in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Part 1 of the bill comprises of Clause 1 to 5, which contain the preliminary provisions, which include the title, interpretations, and objects. Of course, Part 2 of the bill contains the regulating public health facility improvement financing, include the retention of public health facilities improvement financing, what will be the sources of the improvement financing, and the functions of the public health facilities improvement financing, Mr. Speaker. Then you move on to Part 3, which comprises Clause 9 to 20, which will provide now the regulations. How will this money be kept? Who will be in charge? There's introduction of the position of what the director for health in each of your counties. You need to hold somebody accountable. Mr. Speaker, you know the curse that we have in this country about corruption and pilferage of resources. We don't want to ring-fence resources, then before you know it, they are lost again in the same routes that we are blockading. That's why we have to provide all that in Clause 9 to 20. The administration and improvement of this financing, Mr. Speaker. Clause 5 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, Clause 4 rather, sorry, comprises Clause 21 to 26, which contains the financial provisions regulating the bank account for the facility improvement financing. You know, these things have happened. I know, Mr. Speaker, I can't remember which particular county that was, but I know in my very first days in the Senate, one of the petitions which a member of the public actually brought to the House of the Senate, this must have been around 2016, Senator Mazzayo will remember, and those who are there, that a CEC for health in that particular county, I don't remember which county that was, people were swiping resources and they were going to the personal account. And of course, given that members of the public, you're unwell, you've gone to a hospital in your county, you expect that all the resources, whether you're paying cash or through a pay bill number, it goes to the CRF account. Unfortunately, they were headed to the accounts. They were lining up the pockets of individual people, corrupt county officials. Therefore, Clause 21 to 26 speaks to the issues of how the fund will be regulated, what bank account will go to, the AIE issues, expenditure of the facilities improvement, audit, overdraft, and all the continuity up to the winding up if a facility, for example, is found not to be economically viable. The last part is Part 5 of the bill, which is Clause 27 to 29, which contain miscellaneous provisions and include transitional provisions, penalties, and regulations. Just the usual transitional provisions, Mr. Speaker. What happens to the resources that are available? Because this bill will, for example, come midway through a financial year and many such matters. So I hope, Mr. Speaker, that our colleagues will get the chance to contribute to this particular bill, share their thoughts, so that we can go, as we interact with the people of Turkana, Mr. Speaker, explain to them what is about to happen in each of their health centers from the time this bill will be assented into law, Mr. Speaker. And given that it is something that has been achieved while we are in one of the most marginalized counties in our republic, Mr. Speaker, will be quite momentous and impressive of us as a Senate. Therefore, I urge honorable senators to support this important bill, which will go a long way in improving our health care facilities in our counties and turn healthcare into a better managed function by our counties. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, and in such a short time, I do beg to move and request the chairperson of the Health Committee, Senator Jackson Mandago, a former governor and perhaps who has far more better detail on some of the provisions, having served as a county governor alongside yourself, Mr. Speaker, to second this motion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, rather, sorry.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Facility Improvement Financing Bill is a critical bill, and as a House, Mr. Speaker, this bill is critical towards the implementation of UHC. Honorable Speaker, as the Majority Leader has put it, this is a bill that is going to enable our facilities be able to address short-term emergency procurements of equipment or consumables within facilities that would then have taken time if regular procurement processes were going to be followed at the county.
Go to the dispatch.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think the Senator misled me to enabling
Honorable Mandago, is it your height that is...
I think it is a height, Honorable Speaker. Maybe I can use... You know the problem with the Senator for Nairobi. Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Proceed to second, please.
Honorable Speaker was saying that this bill is a very critical bill for rolling out UAC, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, our facilities have had challenges in the past, and I want to agree with the Majority Leader, speaking from experience as having served as a governor, Honorable Speaker, and yourself also served as a governor, the requirement of putting all the revenue from our facilities to the county revenue, then requisitioning through the normal requisitioning process, and making it available to facilities, Honorable Speaker, was curtailing service delivery, especially addressing procurement of consumables that would otherwise be required on an emergency basis. Honorable Speaker, this bill provides for facilities to retain not only the revenues...
Mechanisms are followed, because failure to that, we will have abuse of the system. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support.
Senator Dulo. Mr. Speaker, I think I am Senator Karongo, not Senator Dulo. Yeah. And I was next, according to the screen, Mr. Speaker. So I need to balance the House. We need to harvest views from both sides of the House. If you notice from the screen, the government side, if I'm to go by your suggestion, Senator, I will have, I think, 8 of you speak from this side before I pick one from the other side. So we just need to balance also so that we carry each one of us with us. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, first, let me take this opportunity to thank Senate to have actually held this Senate Mashinani in Turkana County, because there's a lot that as a Senate, when we sit in Nairobi, we can be able to learn from the current visit. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, this bill is very important, because I remember in the last Senate, I chaired a committee that was looking at medical equipment scheme, where governors, Mr. Speaker, were forced to sign some memorandum without even doing proper needs assessment. You will find in that particular program where equipments were dumped at various facilities without even having electricity, without water, and all those kind of things. Mr. Speaker, the government over the years have spent a lot of money on medical care, but unfortunately we have never gotten it right. I wish the government side had even organized a visit to one of the dispensaries in this Turkana County for us to really understand how it operates. But nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, this is very important. Now, as Majority Leader has said, UHC program, Isiolo County was one of the counties that actually took UHC. But unfortunately, we have nothing whatsoever to show for as far as UHC is concerned, and we ended up spending a lot of money. One of the things, if I may point out, Mr. Speaker, that had a lot of challenges is the cards that were issued for UHC purpose. That particular card, you cannot actually even use it to any other facility when you have a referral. So what is the use of having those cards? And I think that anomaly should be corrected before we go into this particular program, where if I don't get actually service delivery in Isiolo County and I'm referred to Kenyatta Hospital, I can directly be admitted or attended to in Kenyatta Hospital. And that never happened when UHC was actually launched in the previous program. We had requested as a Senate also auditing to be done of what happened during the first launch of UHC. I know I've come across some audit report, but that has never actually been publicized and also used in a proper manner so that we can correct the situation. Mr. Speaker, if you go to our hospitals, I know I'll be cut short. Hospital health management committees are there in paper. They do zero work. The hospitals are run by the chief officer, CEC, and the governor. And I'm sure if we don't put proper structures in place, even this particular one, it will be just a futile exercise. We need to do something about this particular bill if we really want to achieve our objective. Our dispensary is zero. You don't even get Panadol. Leave alone Panadol, dispensary, even county referral hospital. Some of the counties are 4 levels. You can't even get paracetamol, Mr. Speaker. And yet we spend a lot of money in those hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I wish we could sit as a Senate, because this bill is important for all of us, and come up with proper amendments that can benefit our people. And we say, yes, we have made it right this particular time. Mr. Speaker, this is long overdue. Our mothers are dying. Our patients are...
Senator Newton.
Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And I think I first want to commend the technical team that's serving us here, because at least today we can see who is next, because at the Senate we do not see what you are reading there, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to lament a bit because Actually, this technology, I was supposed to speak before Senator Wamatinga, but then something happened. At least now we can see what is happening. So you need to.
Senator Newton.
Thank you.
Senator Newton.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
For a senator to speak,
Thank you. I'm guided.
I decided to put this gadget very far and pick from the group. So this list is for purposes of getting to know who wants to speak. I can decide to
Thank
speak
you,
from
Mr. Speaker.
the bottom going up.
I'm guided.
Proceed.
I pray that as you decide, please always look at me with eyes of mercy, because sometimes maybe I don't benefit from the mercies, Mr. Speaker. So, but having said that, Mr. Speaker, let me make my contribution. And I think I want to say right from the onset that I support this bill because, Mr. Speaker, we are serving counties and we know the problems that we get at the counties, especially with health facilities, Mr. Speaker. The major purpose why devolution was crafted was to bring services closer to the people. And I pray, Mr. Speaker, that you may protect me from Senator Medu and...
Other senators may, Senator New to be heard in silence, please.
Thank you.
Senator, let me tell you this, honorable senators. The gadget gives the speaker the pool to pick from. And that's why you will notice from number 1 to 7, after Senator Newton has contributed, I will jump that whole list and move to Senator Hamida because we want to balance the debate. If I stick to this gadget, we will hear only one side, and that is going to be extremely unfair. So just get to know that this gadget has given me the pool, the senators who would wish to contribute. You will contribute, all of you, but there's a certain order that the speaker must be alive to bring some bit of balance between the two houses. Proceed, Senator Newt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that the clerk has frozen my time. So, Mr. Speaker, I have just started saying that devolution was crafted to bring services closer to the people. And what has been happening in our hospitals, Mr. Speaker, is that it has been very difficult, if not next to impossible, for facilities to procure goods and services that may be needed at short notice, Mr. Speaker. And so when we have a proposal through this bill that, Mr. Speaker, a health facility can be able to procure maybe services and goods that are needed in at short notice, that they can be able to do that through the ring fencing of this health facility improvement bill, Mr. Speaker, then that is something that everybody of goodwill needs to support, Mr. Speaker. Because when we have to go through those lengthy procurement process, Mr. Speaker, sometimes we are not able to get services and sometimes even goods at the right time, Mr. Speaker. I know of a patient, Mr. Speaker, and that is subject to investigation by the Senate Health Committee. I know of a lawyer who died in my county because there was no ambulance, and the ambulances that were there, Mr. Speaker, had no fuel. And there was no way, there was no quick way of getting fuel to ferry the patient to hospital, Mr. Speaker. We have seen small problems, including lack of fuel for generators, Mr. Speaker. And because we have to go through that lengthy process, then it means that some of these goods, like I keep saying, needed at short notice are not available, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, this becomes something that we must support. Some health facilities are dilapidated, needing a cover of a coat of paint, but it has to, Mr. Speaker, it has to wait for those lengthy procurement processes. And because, Mr. Speaker, I have seen that the clerk has given me the red light, I do not want to proceed, but I want to support this bill so that we can make health facilities able to procure goods and services at the shortest time possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like I started by saying, always look at me with an eye of mercy. Thank you very much.
Senator Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this bill. Mr. Speaker, this is a good bill, but it needs to be worked on, because if this will solve the problems that we have in our counties, especially in the hospitals, every time people call us to complain that they have no drugs, there are no many other facilities, working in the facilities. If this will solve those issues by retaining the monies at the county level, and they'll be able to purchase for the drugs, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a good bill. But we should check that we do not take the functions of the county back to the national government. If this will be retained at the county level, and the counties will be able to use this money the way they want to use it at the facilities, then, Mr. Speaker, I fully and totally support this bill, on condition that the governor and the hospitals will be able to manage this monies well, also without misusing the funds. Mr. Speaker, there must be put a law so that they can also be controlled on how they'll use the money. Mr. Speaker, it's so sad in most of our hospitals, when they call us and they tell us that they have no money. When we call the governors, the reason they give us is that they've not received their monies from Treasury, and so they have no money to purchase for drugs. And when we communicate with KEMSA, we find that they have bills, and they have no money to pay for these bills. Mr. Speaker, if the money is collected from the facility will be used by them, then we'll solve this problem once and for all. Mr. Speaker, with a lot of changes on this bill, I support it.
Senator Karungo. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, what this bill is calling for is a revolving fund, Mr. Speaker, on every health center. And when I was an MCA, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really happy today to discuss this bill in a county assembly chamber, it is so nostalgic, Mr. Speaker. We passed a law that would grant hospitals to have a revolving fund. And maybe to paint a picture, Mr. Speaker, of what happens. By lack of a good example, if there was a vehicle knocks a wall of a certain hospital, for that wall to be repaired, the hospital medical soup has to write to the CEO. The CEO has to look whether there is money in their budget for that vote. Then if at all there was money, the chief officer then the chief officer will have to go to the control budget for the money to be released, Mr. Speaker. That process would delay such a repair. But if there was money, revolving money in that hospital, it would take maybe a day or no, I hope. Yeah, proceed. I think it's good now. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this law is bringing about devolving of budget-making process, because every hospital will have an opportunity to budget for what they want, and they will have an opportunity even to raise monies from the well-wishers, Mr. Speaker. Today, as a senator,
If you are to give money to your dispensary, maybe you want them to develop in a certain way. If you are to give them money, Mr. Speaker, that money will have to go to the county, then the county will have to bring it back. But if this small dispensary, you give it 100,000 as a donation, that money will go to their account, and that dispensary will be able to do something that they have always wanted to do. Mr. Speaker, each facility will have an account. This account will have the allocation from the county government, will have the revenue. Maybe that dispensary has a coffee farm and maybe they're making money, and that money will go to that account. They will have to receive donations. Even Harambes, Mr. Speaker, we are giving these small health centers an opportunity to come up with new ways of raising funds so that they can develop their facilities. I heard Senator Osotsi saying, no, he's a good friend of mine. And together, we are co-sponsoring a bill called World's Equitable Development Bill. The same to disseminate or to devolve funds further to the world level. This is exactly what this bill is doing. So I encourage him to relook into what he had said before and support this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is also restraining governors from micromanaging the running of hospitals. Because if you have a team that is running a hospital, you do not require to call a governor. For example, in my county, I can tell you this because I do know, the governor micromanaging even which car to be fueled, by telling the driver to take a picture of the fuel pump and the fuel of the car dashboard, then take it to the governor for him to see whether you did that. But if there was a small committee in those hospitals, they'll be able to do their things without getting worried of what the governor thinks or the governor will do. Of course, the chief officer is the accounting officer, but he has been given power by this law to authorize the med sup and the administrator in charge to run the affairs of the hospital. Mr. Speaker, this bill will bring about competition of prudent use of resources. A hospital will have to showcase what they can do with their little resources. That means there will be competition among the med sups of certain hospitals, meaning service delivery will be rendered very well, precise, efficient, and on time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because of my time, I can say this bill is bringing a sense of ownership because every ward will take care of their hospitals without interruption from the offices, from the headquarters, or from wherever, Mr. Speaker, I do support.
Senator Catherine Muma. Senator Obura.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support this bill, and I also note the concerns of my colleagues about some provisions in this bill which need amendment. Mr. Speaker, we have been talking of the facility starting from the formal level, which is the dispensary level. But Mr. Speaker, there is an aspect of this bill which is very important, and that is the primary health care. That is the primary before you go to a dispensary or a formal facility. Mr. Speaker, this is the facility which was created sometimes back in what they were calling the Bomako provision,
And that Bamako provision gave rise to the community health workers. And these community health workers were given certain drugs, which are non-prescriptive drugs, and they have been dispersing it to treat simple diseases which do not need prescriptions, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, some of these people who do the primary health care, they go to the people and teach them how to prevent, because prevention, Mr. Speaker, is better than cure. Therefore, if you can teach people to prevent contacting certain diseases, Mr. Speaker, it is more important for them to be sick and then you start treating them. So, Mr. Speaker, the big problem has been how to pay, how to treat these community health workers. What they get is so little that it is not sufficient to sustain them. And there are counties which have been paying them. Now here in this bill, it is being proposed CEOs will identify them and maybe employ them. But will they pay them? Mr. Speaker, if they are not going to pay them, then the problem still will continue to persist and people will still continue to suffer at that level. And yet these people are the ones who are at the grassroots. They are the ones who know every home. They know how many people are there. They do family planning. They teach people all the primary health care things. They are very, very important at that level. And Mr. Speaker, this bill has proposed it, but I think it needs refining, it needs improvement, so that at that level, and we need to be very clear whether these people are going to be paid or not. And if they are going to be paid, at what level they are going to be paid. Mr. Speaker, retaining money at the health facilities up to level 5 is good, but we need to have very, very clear accountability for this money. Because, Mr. Speaker, I know there are shortcuts which are going to shortchange the PFM, but of course it will help our people get drugs faster than they are getting right now, but we must establish proper ways and means of auditing those funds which are being spent at source. Because spending money at source, Mr. Speaker, sir, sometimes is not that good. Sometimes it is dangerous. But because of the situation in which we are, the situation where we are actually desperate, our people are suffering. You go to health facilities, there is not even a Panadol, Mr. Speaker. This is a measure which is necessary, but I hope that this bill will address those problems which are persisting and existing right now within our facilities. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, but I hope that we are going to continue to work on it as a Senate and improve it and make sure that what comes out addresses all the concerns which have been raised, particularly by my brother, Honorable Ososi, on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mariam. Senator Murango, you're disappearing and you've gone to the bottom. Don't interfere. Once you're on green, just relax. And Senator Kenyuri, you've equally gone to the bottom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker,
All right,
sir,
then I'll
by
go
giving
manual.
me this opportunity.
Proceed, Senator Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, by giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this bill. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important bill. Before I add, I want to make some correction on one of the senator prescribing this fund as a revolve fund. This is not a revolve fund. Revolve fund is a fund that you can replenish and pay back. But this is not the money you can pay back. This money is utilized in our facility for development. Mr. Speaker, as Vice Chair of the committee, we have planned to visit Lodwar Referral Hospital for a visit to see what challenges they have. Mr. Speaker, this bill, as devolution, we have seen disadvantage and advantage of devolution. In health sector, devolved sector of health, we have seen the challenges on the side of health. We have visited almost 5 counties to see the challenges in health sector. Mr. Speaker, this led most of health sectors have some items to be done on the source by this revenue collected by governors, by the county government, which they don't refence for the hospitals. They normally use for other developments. So if we pass this bill, our health sector will develop because they will use the revenue collected for them in maternity sites, in the side of children's sites, they will be developing. Mr. Speaker, this bill, we have listened to many stakeholders and NGOs and other stakeholders. We have listened to them, and there are also some amendments to be done on it. And we agree we pass this bill so that it will assist our devolutions, our health sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Lomenan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I rise, Mr. Speaker, to support this bill because, Mr. Speaker, if you see most health centers or even dispensaries or the so-called hospitals, you will find many challenges facing these hospitals. One is most of them are lacking availability of funds when the challenges of health happens. You also realize that the management of most of these health facilities, the management is always doubtable because how they manage the funds that are available, it is always questionable. And because of the devolution, Mr. Speaker, we want to devolve everything that is meant and bringing, services closer to the people. These services, even one is the issue of funds. Management of funds, we must ensure the committees that are at the grassroots or the dispensaries or the early centers, you make sure these, these funds are managed, the committee that are managed these funds are accountable. Because the problem that we have in most of these committees or in these institutions, Mr. Speaker, it is the issue of corruption. If you see, Mr. Speaker, I have thought it keenly, Mr. Speaker. If we compare the community health worker in an early center or in a dispensary, if you compare it with a police constable, what happens, Mr. Speaker, that a police constable, if he fails to get his dues or remuneration or salary at the time, what happens, he will decide one thing, to stop the services he's offering to the wananchi. The same thing happens, Mr. Speaker, to community health workers. If these health workers, they work every day, 24 hours, they are there, just the way NPR works 24 hours providing security to the villagers. This what happens also to the community health workers. So we have to motivate these community health workers wherever they are, because they are people, they are human beings, they need to support their families, they need to support themselves, they need to support other challenges that are facing them. So when we devolve these funds right away to them, we are sure that services are closer to the people. We will be sure that the citizens at the grassroots health center dispensary will be served adequately and will be served timely at the right time, instead of waiting services from the highest institution or hospital. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that is very important, Mr. Speaker. For example, we're here in Lodwa, we have one referral hospital. If somebody gets a serious issue, a serious illness happens, this person, a patient is referred to Eldoret Referral Hospital, not even Kitale. You can see the distance covered from Lodwa here to Eldoret. That is more than 400 kilometers, 500 kilometers. It's rarely those who reach in that Eldoret Referral Hospital. There are few people, but most of them lose their lives on the way. So it is important to reduce these distances covered by the patients who are being referred to this far, the so-called big hospitals. It is good if the funds are there. Let these funds be accessed locally, so that you do not know, Mr. Speaker, when you fall sick. You don't know whether you are who, whether you have that position, whether you are male, whether you are female, whether you are rich, whether you are who. But the principle of disease doesn't respect that. When you become sick, one thing that you require without in a reflex action is you require treatment. And the second thing in treatment, where will you be treated? So our wish, our prayer, that when you become sick, you need services closer to you, so that you can be treated. But when the services are too far, and meaning too far, drugs, logistics, means of logistics is far, you cannot be assisted, Mr. Speaker. So what we are saying, we have to be pragmatic. When we say devolution is bringing services closer to the people.
Senator Ferris Tobiko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill. was not made, I mean, the law was made for man and not man for the law. Mr. Speaker, it is important that even as we protect devolution and make sure that we put procedures and policies and laws that will streamline devolution, Mr. Speaker, we must not make it impossible for institutions to operate. We must not make it impossible for emergency services to be given. Mr. Speaker, a priority of those issues is health. Mr. Speaker, if we do not protect life in one way or another, then, Mr. Speaker, I doubt whether we will really be giving the necessary leadership, in the course of devolution. Mr. Speaker, you can imagine in this county of Turkana, where we are today, when there is an emergency, for a lady who is giving birth, maybe blood is needed or something like that, and then now you're told about procurement issues. Mr. Speaker, we know procurement issues have bogged down a lot of systems and make things not work, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think it is very important that this House enables the county governments to operate. It is very important that this House enables wananchi to be able to benefit from the services that are given at the county level, instead of, putting bottlenecks for services to be given, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I do agree and I do support that counties, institutions, particularly the hospitals, can ring-fence a certain percentage of on-source revenues in order to be able to work, in order to be able to give emergency services, in order to be able to save lives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have heard about the bills that counties, pending bills that counties have with KEMSA, that have made counties unable to operate, unable to provide services. Mr. Speaker, I think it is very important that without necessarily...
Honorable Senators, the traffic which is flowing towards me is pathetic. And the good thing is that today the system is very transparent. So that's a good thing, because you are able to see where you are on the screen. So please, I'm overwhelmed by the traffic that is approaching me. Proceed, Senator Topi. What is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker.
Just a minute. Just have your seat. 1 minute. What is your point of order? Senator Cheptumo.
I hope mine will not.
Don't be on the list. I'm not the system,
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is the system is distorted. Because, Mr. Speaker, I was far much ahead, just like the other members, but now you are at the end there, and you are insisting on following that list, Mr. Speaker. I think it is, and even the Speaker, it actually said he was not following the order.
It is very difficult to know what you are telling me, but honestly speaking, the other system in the Senate is better, because that depends with the chair entirely. But this one, since you can see where you are and all this is happening with the system. So we have a few senators to contribute. So, Senator Perez, can you kindly wind up?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, hoping you're compensating me for the time they have taken. And so, Mr. Speaker, what I was saying, we must, even as we make laws, of course, that we will protect
the finances and the resources at the counties. We must not make laws that will strangle devolution and strangle service delivery, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think particularly this one for health is very important, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a case in point in Kajiado. One time, a lady was taken to Kajiado Referral Hospital, and they said they didn't have blood. They had to get time to go to a neighboring private hospital to get blood. And I'm imagining if there was, cash available, a number of things would have been done to save the life of the lady, who we unfortunately lost in the process. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this bill is very important. Of course, I'm not ignoring the concerns that were raised by Senator Osotsi, so that we don't open a Pandora box, Mr. Speaker. But even as we do that, we should give priority to life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Haminda Kibwana, did you contribute? There's a time the speaker called you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support. I know, of course, the bill is not perfect. I'm sure amendments will be done later. But there are other good things, of course, in the bill. Looking at it, the bill will improve efficiency by increasing the autonomy of the facilities to make decisions and manage their own finances. Mr. Speaker, the bill will also ensure that all great funds generated by the facilities are plowed back to support facilities, operations, and services. I'm just imagining, Mr. Speaker, at times when it's going to give an opportunity to hospitals where, for example, the power has gone off and you have to use a generator and there's no money for petrol. What happens? You have to wake up the chief officer in the middle of the night to request for fuel. So this one, at least, it will utilize funds that will generate their facilities and take care of running costs. Mr. Speaker, I think there are goodies in here, and I'm looking at the same bill strengthening the governance and accountability structures and devolve to the facility level, which is in line with the constitutional objects and devolution. Mr. Speaker, as much as we may have worked hard on this bill, and amendments shall be done in form of, in the second or third reading, I stand to support, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, what is your point of order, Majority Leader?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to Standing Order number 34-4A, that the Senate resolves to extend its sitting time until the conclusion of debate in order number 12 and 13 in today's supplementary order paper. Mr. Speaker, I've seen the list of the members who want to speak on this topic. It will be unfair for us to have spoken, and at 6:30 we rise without the conclusion of this particular debate. Therefore, I want to request, Mr. Speaker, that the House does agree with me that we conclude on order number 12, I give the reply, and perhaps move or commence order number 13. Then we can put it a hold on that. I beg Senator Eddie Okech to second. I beg to move and request Senator Eddie to second. Thank you.
But if you're in there, Yes. Senator Okech.
Yes, better. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion by the majority leader because this is a very important issue that I think that it would be unfair for any member to miss talking about or rather contributing toward this particular bill. So I do second.
Just 30 minutes.
So, honorable senators, you know the speaker has no vote. So I want to propose the question that pursuant to standing order that 44E, the Senate resolves to extend its sitting time until conclusion of debate in order number 12 and 13 in today's supplementary order paper. As many as of the similar opinion say aye. Aye. As also of, no, the ayes have it. So, Senator Veronica Maina.
Yes, sir. Thank you for this opportunity to contribute to this very important bill on facilities improvement financing bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill offers a good framework for improving and setting better and higher standards in healthcare in the counties, in the sub-counties, and down to the grassroots, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at Section 2 of this bill, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have noted the definition of the public health facilities, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the way it's defined there, I want to propose an amendment to the proposal of this bill that the public health facilities must now be defined to include maternal health care services, Mr. Speaker, sir, because in Kenya, only 42% of women have skilled attendants present at delivery of newborn babies, Mr. Speaker, sir. And maternal mortality, Mr. Speaker, sir, could be tackled if mothers have access, quick access to facilities that are defined as public health facilities, so that if there is a maternity home within a county, within a sub-county, it falls within that definition and can also be a beneficiary of the funding, the on-source revenue that is being utilized to improve the services within such a maternity home. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, notably, pregnant women are at risk of developing complications and require emergency treatment and very quick diagnosis. So I would urge, Mr. Speaker, sir, the House is very noisy right now with the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm proposing to the majority leader
consult in low tones, kindly.
that the definition of that public health facility to include maternal health care so that the mothers, expectant mothers, are not left behind. I have listened to the proposals that have been made by Senator Osoti on Section 5 of that bill, Mr. Speaker, sir, and he does have a point. There needs to be a clarification on that section so that an amendment is introduced to state where there is a conflict between the provision of this act and the provisions of any other laws made in the county or enacted within the county in matters relating to the public health facility improvement financing, the provisions of this act shall prevail, so that you only subject them to laws that are enacted at county level. Because, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Constitution does carry a provision, an article, Mr. Speaker, sir, that clearly enunciates that if any law in Kenya is in conflict with the provisions of the Constitution, then the Constitution prevails. So that's an amendment that can be introduced. Mr. Speaker, sir, Section 8 of that bill then defines the use of that the finances, their own source revenue that would be collected, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would urge all senators who are hesitant to allow the use of own source revenue to consider that even after counties have appropriated finances, Mr. Speaker, sir, through the PFM Act, Mr. Speaker, sir, they still get to utilize the resources. So members should not be jittery about counties utilizing resources. What we need are checks and balances, accounting systems that are able to capture how that revenue is being utilized. And Mr. Speaker, sir, if there is a bill that has then gone down to show how devolution should work, this should be such a law, Mr. Speaker, sir, where you are trusting the county to be able to collect the revenue, expend that revenue for services that cannot wait for red tape bureaucracy, and ensure that it's utilized properly, accounting is done for it, and audited reports are generated out of the way finances or resources are utilized, and members are allowed to enjoy what ideally, Mr. Speaker, are not able to enjoy when they are told we don't have gloves in hospitals, we don't have masks because of the procurement system and the delay in the procurement system. Mr. Speaker, let me pick out Section 15, the hospital management teams. The structure that is laid out by this bill is elaborate and very inclusive of the communities that are being served by those health institutions. Why is this important? Because the membership that is envisaged in Section 15, Mr. Speaker, sir, is very inclusive. Is it Section 15? No, Section 18 is very inclusive. It gives members of the community, Mr. Speaker, sir, the ones who ideally I would describe as hustlers, a village representative. That is 18C. It is almost like putting an oversight at the grassroots level, because you are saying that members of that community who are being served by that health institution are interested in the running of the health facilities. What does then this mean for the future of these facilities? I see a situation where counties will now be able to build institutions to a very good level where there are university health care facilities, Mr. Speaker, sir, based on the framework that has been given in this bill. And for those many reasons, Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm in the right place. I don't know why my colleagues are wondering, because the sitting today is, you are given opportunity to speak based on where you sit, not which coalition you belong to. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I arise to support this particular bill and urge my colleagues that, Honorable Speaker, if you get a child with minor disability, you don't kill the child. What you do, you take the child to a doctor, and the doctor will be able to assist, and the child will live a normal life. Because the bill has maybe one or two issues that need to be amended, that is why there is the committee of the whole, where now members will come up with amendments, and then we'll debate and ensure the bill is improved and it will be usable by our counties. And as senators, basically we are the champions and protectors of devolution. So we should not actually kill a bill that is supposed to assist and ensure devolution is run very well. You heard this afternoon, Honorable Speaker, that even Lodwar County Referral Hospital, there's no medicine. Senator Kalwale said he was there this morning, and the hospital is terrible. Yesterday, Honorable Speaker, we were in Laisami's constituency in Marsabit County, and the Turkana Wind Power told us that before they moved to that particular constituency, out of 5 mothers who are giving birth, 3 of them used to die during childbirth because there was no dispensaries, there were no health centers, but they have been able to do something. So I hope with this passage of this particular bill, basically our counties, our governors are going to ensure that the resources are retained within the facilities to assist, to ensure that the facilities are improved, to to ensure there is medicine in the facilities, to ensure our nurses and clinical officers and health workers who are volunteering within those particular facilities get a stipend. I was in 10 County Rivera Hospital about 3 weeks ago, and out of health workers, 7 who are on duty, 5 of them are volunteers. And these volunteers, they are not even being paid by the county government. But basically, as soon as we pass this bill and it becomes law, and they retain the resources they get from the facilities, their own source revenue, their aid from those facilities, the committee can set aside a percentage of the resources from the facility and give a stipend, even transport alone, so that those health workers who are volunteering, they get motivated so that they can work, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, another issue that will also help, because in the past and even after now, Honorable Speaker, all the resources that are collected are taken to the CRF account, they are put in a pool, and then the county executive decides how much they need to flow back to the facilities. This will help to motivate the facilities to collect and ensure the resources that are collected are put into proper use. Honorable Speaker, I know my colleague also in the morning was, Honorable Wambua talked about clause 4, where it says it's up to level 5 hospital, Honorable Speaker. Level 6, 7, the MTRHs of this world, the Kenyatta National Hospital, the Kenyatta University, Rivaro, and Teaching Hospital are already retaining their own resources. Those are parastatals. We are not interfering with them. So basically, they still have, and they use the resources they get completely to run the hospitals. We are talking about our county Rivaro hospitals and below. So that should not be an issue, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have talked about payment of stipends to our health workers who are assisting at the county level. There is an issue that Honorable Sot raised about not following Financial Management Act. Already, if you read the bill is saying all other relevant laws, especially Financial Management Act, the penalties that are here, and also Procurement and Disposal Act, the penalties that are there will apply in this particular management of the resources, because you are not going to procure outside the system. You will procure using basically the financial management system that is running the accounting function of the county. Honorable Speaker, maybe where we need to also check very closely is KEMSA. You know, KEMSA looks like it's the sole, source and provider of medicine for our counties. It's like the governors have been forced, the counties have been forced to buy medicine from KEMSA. And the medicine from KEMSA are very expensive. They are more expensive than going to buy from other pharmaceutical companies. Delays. As soon as even the counties pay them and make orders, KEMSA take time to deliver medicine. So we need to relook at this so that we make supply of medicine competitive to our counties. We ensure that they get timely medicine from pharmaceuticals, not KEMSA alone. KEMSA, this government doesn't have that business of doing business. They should not do business. We should allow the business community who are selling pharmaceuticals to sell medicine to our counties and not KEMSA. That KEMSA thing should be closed, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because we believe this is a good bill that will help us, especially on Universal Service Fund. I remember during the time of Professor Nyang'yong, the current governor of Kisumu, they attempted actually to start UHC, but it failed. They had 5 counties that they did a pilot, but it didn't go far. So I hope with these 4 bills that are coming to the House, we will have a proper working UHC in our counties, and our people will be very happy. We will not lose lives because of lack.
Senator Mungatana Danson.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. kwa kunipa nafasi na mimi nitoe maoni yangu kuhusu mjadala huu. Bwana Spika, jambo la kwanza ni kusema kwamba tunafurahia sana kwa niaba ya watu wa Tana River ya kwamba kumeletwa mswada na sheria kupitia majority leader ambayo itapatia mamlaka kwa zile hospitali na zile health facilities ambazo ziko katika kaunti mikononi mwa wale wanaosimamia hizo zahanati na zile hospitali huko mashinani. Bwana Spika, shida imekuwa ya kwamba mara nyingi katika kaunti zetu unapata wamama wanaenda kujifungua, hospitali imefungwa. Hakuna wale casuals, hata wale madaktari polisi ambao ama casuals ambao wanasimamia zile hospitali hawajalipwa. Unakuta hospitali imefungwa. Mama anaenda kujifungua, hakuna mtu hata wa kufungua ule mlango. Na inakuwa shida sana. Bwana Spika, nilikuwa na mkutano na wamama kutoka Milalulu Health Center, Galole constituency. Na walituelezea shida ambazo wanapata. Na Bwana Spika, sio wao peke yake. Katika Tana River County hii shida iko kila mahali. Unapata kwamba ile zahanati ambayo iko ndani ya karibu na wananchi inatumikia villages kadhaa, na hiyo moja unakuta hakuna wafanyikazi ambao wameandikwa na kaunti wa kutosha. Sasa inategemea kwamba wale watu wa kujitolea ndio wanafanya kazi pale. Bwana Spika, tukiwa na usimamizi wa pesa katika zahanati hizi na hospitali hizi itatusaidia sana kupunguza shida ya wananchi ambao wako nayo. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa, Bwana Spika, naomba sana wenzangu ambao wako na tashwishi kuhusu mswada huu wajaribu kuleta vipengele vya kusaidia tuipitishe hii ikiwa iko na kila kitu ambacho wanataka tuingize kwa hii sheria. Bwana Spika, kitu muhimu ambacho nimeona kinakosekana na ambao tunaomba wanaohusika waangalie. Ukiangalia 11, ile sehemu ya 11 ya huu mswada umetengeneza zile county management boards. 13 imetengeneza sub county management board. Alafu ukija 15 imetengeneza hospital management board. Lakini katika hizi committees, Bwana Speaker, ukiangalia hizi committee ambazo zimetengenezwa na zile kazi ambazo zinafanya, Bwana Speaker, unakuta ni kazi za kusimamia ile pesa ambayo wananchi wametoa. Na mara nyingi unakuta ya kwamba wale walioandikwa katika hii list, unaona ni superintendent, unaona ni mkubwa wa nasi, unaona ni nani, wafanyikazi wa pale hospitali sio watu wa kutoka kwa kijiji hicho. Mara nyingi pale Tana River unaona wafanyikazi wa hospitali sio watu wa kutoka kwa kijiji hicho. Sasa Bwana Spika, pesa tumesema zije na ziangaliwe na wananchi wa kawaida. Lakini daktari hatoki hapo kwa mji huo. Superintendent sijua nini hatoki hapo. Nasi hatoki hapo. Je, kweli tumeweka hizi pesa kwa mikono ya wananchi? Watu wanaweza kupanga mipango pale, Bwana Spika, na kukosa kutumika kwa zile pesa kwa hali ambayo inafaa. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, ukija kwa 17 pale, unaona wametengeneza Health Facility Management Committee. Lakini ni kama haina connection yoyote na ile management yenyewe ya hospitali, sub-county management na county management. Unaona wananchi hawakupewa nafasi ya kusimamia zile pesa zao. Ile nafasi yote imeenda kwa wafanyikazi wa serikali. Na mtu hawezi kujua pengine mwezi huu tumeleta pengine 1,150 kwa kituo cha health. Lakini sasa haujui zile pesa zimetumika namna gani. Wameandika kwamba watatoa ripoti, hiyo ripoti haijulikani inapelekwa wapi. Kwa hivyo ingekuwa muhimu wananchi wapewe sauti pale kwa zile pesa zao vile zinatumika. kusikue kukosekana kwa wananchi katika hizo kamati za hospitali, kamati za health sub-county management committees na ile ya county. Sasa hiyo ikiwekwa, wananchi wote watajua mwezi huu kulitoka pesa fulani ndio zilikusanyika, na pesa hizi ndizo ambazo tumenunua madawa ama tumenunua masindano ama tumenunua mabandage, na wananchi watatosheka na usimamizi wa hizi kaunti. Kwa hayo machache naomba kusupport.
Senator Daniel Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important aspect of health. It is true, Mr. Speaker, there is a problem, but in my own opinion, I don't think this is the best way to solve this problem of inefficiency at the hospitals. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there has been serious problems in Makueni District Hospital, whereby this business of scan, if somebody has had an accident, there is scanning is sometimes not done in the hospital and sometimes done outside. And the other problem arises when somebody has to read the scan, because that patient cannot go to a theater or be released to a referral hospital like Kenyatta unless that process has gone through. And quite a number of patients have died in that process, of which if it is done immediately, you save the life of a patient. But in one occasion, there was a delay for 8 hours, and the patient died, and it has caused a lot of problem, in that particular district hospital and generally in the county as to the efficiency of hospitals and management of hospitals. The biggest question in this matter is, if we begin, all the hospitals already charge some money, they already have a system, and that system has a way of forwarding to become part of the internal collection of a county. So what will stop these monies from getting lost has not been put in this law. Are we amending, are we coming up with, are we amending the Finance Management Act? What are we amending and what are we seeking to solve? What solution are we solving? And in my opinion, I think we need a lot of amendments into this particular act, and probably what you need to amend is not this act, because anything to do with finances and expenditure has its own regime of law and has its own system. Otherwise, we may be trying to solve an existing problem, but create a bigger problem in terms of accountability. You see, you need to look at the multiplier effect. We're talking of the district hospital, then we are talking of the sub-county hospitals, and we are talking of the dispensaries. There are collections in all of them. And now if you allow the staff to collect and use the money, because they need to fuel an ambulance, the ambulance should have already been fueled. The ambulance should be in full capacity to be able to operate for the day. So then what is this you want to mitigate? If it is medication, it should have been supplied in advance. If it is anything to be used as an emergency, even if it is medication for a snake bite, it should be already in that particular level. So as much as we want to solve this problem, which already exists, it may not be addressed by this particular law. We may pass this law, and then we still find that inefficiency in hospitals, in the counties, still continues. And I think the whole hospital management system has to be overhauled, how it is managed. And the most important is the people who work in the hospitals, their attitude. Do they want to save the people? Are they living to the hypocritic oath of saving a life as soon as it is practical? Or is it business, commerce? The doctor is there, just try to make money for the day. And how will we make sure that this money is collected? And again, that management board there, or whatever is set up, puts the money to use. In my own opinion is we need to look at this act again, and by third reading, make enough amendments. Otherwise, I will only support it if amended. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Bugwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this bill. And Mr. Speaker, on the onset, I want to say I want to support it because in my own opinion, Mr. Speaker, ring-fencing the revenue from these facilities will give autonomy, which will help us in achieving the so-called universal health care. Mr. Speaker, of importance to me, I look at clause 18 on the composition of the Health Facility Management Committee. And the drafters of this bill, Mr. Speaker, did well until they reached to G, because we have representation from the village representatives, somebody appointed by the women groups, the youth forums, and the faith-based organizations, Mr. Speaker. But when we reach to G, the proposal is to have 2 people representing the interest of the vulnerable and marginalized communities, Mr. Speaker. And this mischief has been used severally to deny people with disability representation, being represented in most of these organizations, Mr. Speaker. So I'll be proposing an amendment of G to have a particular reference to one person being nominated by the PWD organizations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm also impressed by clause 20 on the appointment of the members of the board of committees, Mr. Speaker, because it states that the committee mentioned above shall be in such a manner that the respective expiry of their terms shall fall at different dates, Mr. Speaker. This is important so that we can retain the institutional memory of the facilities and for continuity, because we need our people at the grassroots level to access this medical care. Mr. Speaker, I beg support. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, senators, now I can see you are saving time for your colleagues. Let us have now Senator Ogola Beatrice. Move with the same spirit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the chance to contribute to the bill, the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill. Honorable Speaker, I want to support this bill, but as I support it, Honorable Speaker, there need to be a number of items that are relooked in the bill. I support this bill because it is going to ensure that funds that are collected from the facilities are factored in back to the services that are offered by the facilities. And Honorable Speaker, the main reason I do this is because it may help to alleviate the suffering of our people at the areas that the hospitals serve. Honorable Speaker, often, more than so many times, we see our people going sick to the hospitals, but as soon as this, they begin being served, we see them trooping back to other chemists outside the hospitals. And most of the time, Honorable Speaker, the people going to seek for treatment from the hospital are not endowed properly. They do not have funds, monies to buy drugs from the chemist. They do not have monies to pay for other services outside the public facilities that are there. So if this is going to address some of those challenges, Honorable Speaker, I support the bill. Honorable Speaker, I also want to say from the onset that as we get this bill into place, funds that are also budgeted by the county governments for the facilities should also be ring-fenced. Honorable Speaker, because this has often been abused, and you find that services that are approved at the budgeting process are neither used in the facilities, and so they do not benefit the locals that are there. But as this is done, Honorable Speaker, and as funds are collected in the facilities, pilferage must also be addressed by the many boards that we are putting in place. It is also important to note, Honorable Speaker, that in constituting the management boards, not the health boards, which specifies the health practitioners that must be there, we have a situation where our health facilities, be there the county referral hospitals or the health facilities, sometimes have people proposed or nominated to be in the management board of the hospitals, and sometimes these are people who have no interest or who have no knowledge on health issues. And sometimes, Honorable Speaker, it does not help the health practitioners that they have a number of people nominated by the political class, specifically by the governors and the CECs, that are just their political supporters and do not add value to the facilities, Honorable Speaker. You find a health referral hospital county at the level of the county, and as people sometimes who are questionable in terms of offering support. Coming to the nominations of the health, the management of the hospitals, I see in 18, there's a reference of a village representative. Honorable Speaker, I question this because a village representative could be representing any village. It should go ahead and specify which village this person should be representing. Honorable Speaker, I support, if this bill is going to enhance the support of the community health services workers, then it is going to be beneficial to our people. Some of these community health workers are at the mercy of the county governors, and they are paid at will and paid when somebody feels like. But if this is going to engrave a payment system, I support, because in the past, they have been paid like how our earlier ECD teachers were paid. Some were paid 1,000 before the county governments came. And so, Honorable Speaker, I support this bill with amendments that I've proposed. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next is Senator Johanna Medu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy that I've finally gotten an opportunity to speak. I suffered the same consequences as those of Senator Cheptumo, of course, because I sat next to him. I'm very happy that I also got an opportunity to... I depended on an old man to help me on these issues on technology. Honorable Speaker, I would want to first say that I'm very happy to be in Lodwar. It's my first time to come to Turkana. I've never been to Turkana again. And it is very nostalgic that I'm in Turkana. When I was running, Honorable Speaker, most of my opponents were accusing me of being a Turkana out of my complexion of my color. So I'm very happy that I have come to the land of the people that I was told I was one of them. I've come home finally. So, Honorable Speaker, because I would also want to save time for my colleagues, I would want to say from the onset that I support this particular bill. And although I have heard from my colleagues the panel beating that we need to do, I'm very convinced in my heart, Honorable Speaker, that we really need to ring-fence the revenues that are collected from hospitals. And even before I say why I think we should, or rather how we are going to ring-fence these particular finances, Honorable Speaker, allow me to demonstrate the reasons why I believe that this money should go back to being used in the... I don't know whether the Honorable Leader Majority can consult in lower tones than he's doing. In the first 9 months of on-source collection of Nyandaro County, Honorable Speaker, we were able to collect 346 million, and out of the 46 million, Honorable Speaker, 156 million was collected from hospitals, which denotes a 45% of all our revenues are collected from the sick, Honorable Speaker. It then makes sense that this money then should be used to improve on the health facilities from which this money has been collected, Honorable Speaker. When we sweep this money to the CRF, Honorable Speaker, what would guarantee that this money shall be used again to acquiring services and both medical and non-medical supplies for these particular health services, and that this money cannot be appropriated to be used in other different sources, Honorable Speaker. It is out of this reason, Honorable Speaker, that I'm very convinced that we need to use this money, and I am very, 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 very persuaded by the reason given in 8 B of the bill, that subject to applicable financial laws and regulations, we should ensure readily available financial resources for purchase and acquisition of urgent goods and services at the respective health facilities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I need not to belabor to explain why we need readily available finances and resources, because you understand the way the architecture of our budgeting has been, Honorable Speaker. It's only now that this administration has been very, very forthright in ensuring that money is remitted to the devolved units in time, Honorable Speaker. But this cannot, counties and hospitals and the health facilities cannot depend on the goodwill of government, Honorable Speaker, so that we're able to get readily available resources and finances to ensure that we provide resources for the acquisition of goods that are very urgent, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, health is not something that you can postpone. If you go to a hospital and you are not able to get drugs, you cannot say that I'll come and pick the drugs after one or 2 weeks. Just like maybe we can wait for a road, we can wait for provision of water, we can wait for provision of fertilizer, but for drugs, for services, you cannot say that because you have not seen a doctor today, you wait until 2-3 weeks, you see the doctor that day, Honorable Speaker. So for this particular reason then, we need readily available resources and finances at our health facilities. And my final comment that I would want to make, Honorable Speaker, is that at the very lowest level of provision of services, that is the health centers and the dispensaries, Honorable Speaker. In fact, much of what is required is not, very huge sums of money, Honorable Speaker. The little that is collected is enough to try and sustain the running of these small health centers. I agree with my colleagues. We shall give our input so that we ensure that we get a very good law, but this is a well-thought bill, and I support it, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Senator, with only some origins in Turkana, you indicated that you will save time for your colleagues, but you did not do anything much. Senator Professor Margaret Kamal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I rise to strongly support this bill with amendments. And as I'm supporting it basically, Mr. Speaker, because devolution is supposed to go to the lowest unit. And for me, this is the best part of this bill, that each and every public health facility will have an account, will collect this money, and will be independent. I think this is the strongest part of this bill. What this is going to do, Mr. Speaker, is that with devolution of health to the health center, people will be independent, and it will catalyze their good services. It will encourage on-source revenue. Mr. Speaker, I say this because of an experience I had in Moiben, where I come from, where most mothers were going to deliver across in Elgeyo Marakwet County. And when I asked why, it is because of a facility in Elgeyo Marakwet where they were giving mothers who have just delivered blankets and very small things, but it meant that that was something that mothers would have loved. So the minute we actually do this, there will be competition between facilities because every facility will be the best, and I can see this raising even more revenue than we are raising right now. Mr. Speaker, I like also 6.2, clause 6.4, that is talking about this money not being a supplementary to the budget, not being a substitute. This is going to encourage people to do on-source revenue. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that is extremely attractive to me is what the use of this money is going to be, and that is to deal with very urgent issues, urgent goods and services. Because we have realized that a lot of people go to dispensaries, they go to health centers, and they don't even get Panadol, very small basic things. So I think we are freeing them to be able to do that, and I believe that this is going to give us very positive results. Mr. Speaker, I would like to mention a few amendments that I wish to raise so that the chair of the committee can start considering, because it is good to amend a number of things. The issue to me is on the management and administration of this fund. And Mr. Speaker, one, I want to highlight is 9F. 9F is taking us back to the national government because supporting facility improvements through capacity building by the national government is of no value. Why can't COG do that work? Health has been devolved except policy, so I would like to recommend that they consider dropping F. The other few areas that I think should be brought in the amendment, Mr. Speaker, is the composition of the committees. Article 11 is talking about the establishment of the county health management team. I want to agree with Senator Mungatana that it has completely divorced the community. This membership that they've given us is just the practitioners and the officers who are in the area. I think it is very important that we have local representatives in these committees, right from the establishment of the county management team to the next one, which is in Article 13, the sub-county health management team. It is very important that it's not just the officers in the place. We need members of the community to be represented. In any case, Mr. Speaker, at this time, we have committees, health center committees, dispensary committees, where the local communities have been running very well. In fact, they've been fundraising whenever they don't have any facilities. So now that the money has come, we still want them to go and watch over their facilities. So it is very important that that article, the two articles, the county health management team, the sub-county health management team, and the health facility management team is represented. Mr. Speaker, I'll be proposing an amendment that will introduce 3 more members from the community. And the 3 more members must include 1 member who is also in the health sector, so that the community feel comfortable that whoever that committee is dealing with their finances are dealing with that in the right way. Mr. Speaker, I only want to caution the committee on this issue called the nominating forum of youth organizations. Which youth organizations are those? The same thing with joint forum of women. It will take a very long time to get women or youth to come together to give you one person. Let's say it's only open, transparent, and a baraza will be done, and whoever will be there will be nominated. They need to articulate it better. Thank you.
Senator Murango.
Mstahiki Spika, niruhusu niseme kitu kwa sababu mimi nimekuwa ni mtu wa kupiga makofi na kutumbuiza wengine wakisonga. Mstahiki Spika, naona kama sasa ukipeana nafasi ambayo inakuja. Mimi niliorukwa mara 3, tena nitarukwa nikuwe mwisho tena.
Senator Murango, you know once I assumed this chair, I have strictly followed the screen because I don't know who had pressed before that time. That is the only way I can be fair to members.
Speaker, angalia kama sasa, afadhali niseme tu Mstahiki Speaker, hata kama utaangalia.
We are eating to time of the next contributor. Please let us save time. You on the
Mstahiki Speaker, mwenye anaongea akiongea tutakuwa watu 6 tena tutaenda mwisho na inachokesha kupanga laini na kukaa na kupiga makofi.
You'll get your time. Senator Karenyamu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this bill. And Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the Majority Leader and the whole Health Committee for coming up with this very good piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate and it is disheartening that since the health function was devolved 10 years ago, our people on the ground are still suffering the wrath of poor health services and poor health facilities, despite being charged a lot for these services. And Mr. Speaker, one of the main contributors of these poor services is because facilities are not able to spend money they collect at source. Yet this money is getting lost at county coffers because of mismanagement of the same funds. Mr. Speaker, if this law is passed, health facilities will be able to deal with their own unique challenges at the facility level. Because we do not need to have a uniform solution, yet each facility has its own unique challenges. And Mr. Speaker, when we are passing this piece of legislation, because I've heard some of my colleagues strongly opposing it. Is this a good piece of law? Yes, it is, absolutely. Can we improve on it? Yes, Mr. Speaker, we can. On what places, on what areas? The areas of accountability and the area that ensures that every shilling collected is dealing with urgent matters like services and equipment. Another thing, Mr. Speaker, is as my colleague, Senator for Kiambu, had mentioned before, when you collect this money yourself and you plan for it yourself, you are able to have it's going to stimulate revenue collection, and this will lead to improved facilities. And who is the beneficiary of all this? It is the Mwananchi, Mr. Speaker. It is the very person for which devolution is meant to benefit. And with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
For the interest of balancing the numbers left, let us now have Senator Wafula Wakoli.
No, shut up and wait also.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker for the opportunity to contribute to this matter on the floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, I want to borrow a leaf from what my good professor has said, that the management of these facilities down from the village to the county level must have representatives of the people on board. Honorable Speaker, we are in a situation where the appointing officer of these management boards or the appointing officer of the superintendents or the administrators still wield the carrot and the stick. And if they don't respond or dance to the tunes of the appointing officer, the stick will do its work. And if the carrot is nice to the boss, the person continues running the affairs of the facility. And this reminds us that we must ring fence and ensure that in spite of the fact that there are emergencies that these monies are supposed to handle, the big question here is, if the county government itself has failed to procure medicine and pharmaceutical products for the county, how is it possible for the health facilities to procure these things at short notice? Where are they going to get these things without following due process, Honorable Speaker? We have to make sense on this matter. The facilities at the grassroots level at all times make their requisitions to the main ministry at the county level. And it's the county level that has always remitted what they have requested to the lower level. So we have to be honest here. When you say emergencies, what are emergencies? Every facility, for example, 2012, 2022, 2023, Honorable Speaker, I want to request people not to make noise. This is not a cheering squad, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Senators.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Senators, Senator Boni Karwale, you are interrupting your good neighbor and he is really on the high gear.
When the facilities make their requisitions, they know very well the numbers they expect, what these people always need. But if the main ministry fails to submit, how do you expect this whole facility, small facility, to start procuring serious emergency materials for the patients? We have to be honest on this, Honorable Speaker. The matter of casualties in the facilities. How are you sure that these casualties are being employed on a free and fair platform, and therefore the enumeration is going to be fair and just according to the work they do? We are operating in a scenario where recruitment process is based on who you know, which clan you come from, whether you go horizontal or vertical. We have to put mechanisms in place where the casuals that are being employed are paid on time. We have a scenario where people have not been paid for 18 months. And yet money has come to the accounts. The administrators and the finance guys have been handling money. Where is this money going to? So the Committee on Health and us as senators of counties where we come from, we must stamp our feet down and ensure that the Ministry of Health does what it ought to do. Finally, when you talk about the CHVs or health promoters, that they will be picked through public participation, it must be very clear. Are we using party machinery to recruit as public participation? Are we going to use the provincial administration to recruit? We must be very clear to ensure we don't politicize or we don't have people skewed in a particular direction to run the Ministry of Health. For those few remarks, I support this bill, but it is a limping thing that we are discussing here, and we need to go back to the practitioners of health in this country. Time has come, we have to respect professions, Honorable Speaker. Me, I'm a teacher by profession. I cannot always purport to know matters of health. So we want to see the health practitioners in this country equally giving us their perspective about what we are discussing and what we are about to pass, so that we are relevant and in tandem with the changing dynamics in this country. But as a teacher, I want to accept that we have time for remedial to correct, and it must be done on top of the table, not under the table. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Kadri Muma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to address a problem that has been there in the last 11 or so years, but a problem that was corrected in some counties, as we were told by Senator Wamatinga. Mr. Speaker, this is about the clause that says all revenues in counties must go to the CRF. And this became difficult for hospitals to be able to retain their monies and to recycle those monies for what's happening. Mr. Speaker, I think the previous Senates failed. The advice that was given to Nyeri and the other counties could have been given to everybody. A model law. This is where we should have strengthened county assemblies to actually pass the laws that ring-fence that money. The counties that did it are actually operating without the problems we are trying to describe here. So even as we discuss this issue, I would urge the Health Committee to know that our first function as Senate is to protect devolution. So we must be careful not to bring laws like this one, which is seeking to resolve a problem, but is resolving it in a problem that is halfway reversing devolution by getting national government ministry to prescribe the detail of what should be happening at a county. We need to be careful about that. Mr. Speaker, just a caution on some of the things that are there. One, I have had a few people speak and say we are going to achieve universal health care through this bill. Wrong. We must not lie to the public that by allowing facilities to retain their funds, we will then achieve universal health care. We are actually lying to the people. We need to clearly, this government needs to come up with its prescription of how it will achieve universal health care. Now, to put it in this law, that by retaining the funds, we are going to facilitate access to all the healthcare is misleading. And I want us to be magnanimous enough to recognize that and correct that. Mr. Speaker, Clause 8D has actually put in place the international standard that has been set in defining whether we have universal health care or not. Mr. Speaker, it says the finances retained...
Just a minute, Senator Muma. You'll have your minutes. They are known. Senator, your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I know the chair has ruled on the dress code in this chamber. But surely, Mr. Speaker, and I keep saying this thing, we must respect the dignity of the Senate. I have a lot of respect for Senator Ataya Mofai, but how can he walk in the chamber in a t-shirt, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I mean, really, this is not right.
Where is Mofaya seated? You know, for some time I've not seen
Mr. Speaker,
him.
Mofaya is seated on the right of the Speaker,
I didn't see
the last row.
Senator Mofaya, can you be visible to the chair? Can you stand up kindly? Senator Mofaya, some hours, 2 hours ago, you moved a motion here when you are smartly dressed. What happened to you between the time you moved the motion and now? Senator Mofaya, you maybe go back and dress appropriately and then you come back. Senator Muma, kindly proceed and clear. Senator Mofaya, kindly go and... No. Senator Mofaya, a communication was made by the chair. I will go. Senator Muma, conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I was midway through. Mr. Speaker, Article 8D, Clause 8D, has actually taken the principle in health. The vision that you have for universal health care is to ensure health services are available, accessible, acceptable, affordable, and of good quality standard. Now, for us to say that the finances that will be retained at the facility will achieve this is lying to Kenyans. It's actually setting up facilities to fail. So I would suggest those who are drafting this to relook at this and draft the bill in a better way. Mr. Speaker, Article 9 has clauses that are reversing devolution. So we need to ensure that we don't micromanage. We need to provide on how there will be accountability for those funds that will be retained by counties. And I agree with Senator Wakoli that we must not give the impression that the facility collected funds are about urgent issues. They are actually funds that are supposed to be deployed. There should be proper annual plans aligned to CIDPs. There should be budgets, and those funds should go towards those budgets. Otherwise, we are going to create an opportunity for those who want to create emergency things and actually pilfer the funds. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of so many committees is going to create bureaucracies that are just going to eat into the money. I've seen in the other bill about the community health work, about 8 institutions, bureaucracies being established by the Ministry of Health for county governments. Why are they doing that? They're not doing that for Kenyatta National Hospital. Why are they going back to reverse the roles of counties? We must actually recognize the Intergovernmental Committee on Health.
Thank you. Your time is up. Senator Lafol Chimera. And now you can as well execute your point of order within your time limit.
I wish to abandon that point of order, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this particular bill today. First of all, Mr. Speaker, let me say I'm on record in support of this particular bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very timely bill in the whole conversation on UHC. I think we've heard and listened to Senator Aaron Cheriot while he was making his presentation on the trials and the mistrials on this particular UHC agenda, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to just congratulate my colleague, members of the Senate committee, for a job well done. This is a very fantastic piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. It has got very amazing clauses here, and it is time to walk the talk, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've had this conversation for far too long, and we are not realizing any progressive results and commitments towards implementing UHC, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just quickly, I just want to speak to Section 2 of that particular bill on the Expenditure Committee. This is a very powerful committee that we intend to establish in all the counties, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to urge the governors and those responsible in implementing this particular bill that it is time to walk the talk. Please do not appoint your cronies. Do not appoint your proxies. Do not appoint your girlfriends to this very crucial expenditure committee that will be in charge in rolling out this particular finance improvement fund, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, in most cases, Mr. Speaker, we need to appoint people who have the skill sets and competencies to run this particular fund, Mr. Speaker. And I want to urge and wish and request governors across the county to just pay a visit to Kwale County and learn from what Governor Salim Vuria as then was and Governor Fatuma Chani presently in terms of the sound appointments he's made to the hospital boards in Kwale County, Mr. Speaker. We have people who are well equipped, we have people with the proper knowledge and know-how and the technical capacity to run this particular hospital, Mr. Speaker. So it is my plea to the governors, please appoint people who are coming on board with the requisite skill set and competency required of them to run this particular fund, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, this is a very amazing bill, and I wish to urge and reiterate the fact that I'm in support of this bill. It is still work in progress. I mean, it is not cast in stone. We can improve on it. And I want to assure my colleagues on the other side that we have room to really make amendments, sound ones for that matter, so that we can be able to realize and achieve the whole UHC agenda in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Munyi Mudigi.
Asante Bwana Spika. Yangu naunga mkono kupitishwa kwa hii bill kwa sababu hii pesa ni zile zinalipwa na akina mama na wazee na watu wengine, watoto wale wana chochote, na inalipwa katika hospitali yetu ya county na majimbo zingine zile ndogo kule Mashinani. Na hii pesa inakuwa saa ingine inalipwa kwa kila mwezi, inapelekwa mpaka inaenda exchequer kwa national government. Naunga mkono hii pesa iwe ikisimamiwa kwa hospitali kama ni kwa mwezi mmoja. Hiyo pesa iwe ikikaa kule ndio iweze kusaidia, kwa sababu ndio exchequer iweze kutoa pesa huwa inakaa karibu miezi 5, miezi 4. Unakuta saa ingine mtu anaenda hospitali hakuna makaratasi, hakuna hata panadol, vitu zingine kama hizo. Pia naunga mkono kwa sababu mimi ni mmoja wa committee member wa LEPA. Wale wafanyikazi wanaokota zile pesa wanakuanga na sina nyingi sana. Juzi tulikuwa na wale watu wa LEPA wakisema wakati wa ugonjwa ya COVID kuna madaktari walilipwa pesa na wale wanaokota zile pesa walisikuliwa kama si watu, na zile pesa ingekuwa wakati ule pale ingesaidia hata kuwapatia hata kitu kidogo. Kwa hivyo mimi naunga mkono iwe ikisaidia hospitali Mashinani, na iwe kiangaliwa vizuri mambo ya accountability ndio iweze kusaidia mwananchi ule ako kule chini. Pia naunga mkono pia hiyo pesa kuna alternate driver na wengine waendeshaji wa gari, na pia watu wengine pale wafanyikazi wawe hata wakipata hata kikombe ya chai ndio hata hao waisikie ni kama wako kwa serikali, kwa sababu unakuta hata wengine wakaa miezi 5 daktari analipwa pesa kwa sababu ndio atibu mgonjwa, lakini yule msaidizi hawezi kupata kitu chochote. Kwa hivyo mimi naunga mkono kwa hii bill nikiwa hapa county hii ya hapa, nikiwa Embu County tuko majimbo 40 na sapa. Kwa hiyo Embu County naunga mkono. Senator Mundigi, Democratic Kenya Kwanza. Asante nikiwa kwa hii county.
Senator Abbas. Senator Abbas. Senator Abbas.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Speaker. What are you talking about order this time? Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Honourable Speaker, I think this is a very good bill.
You know, once you continue, kindly allow other members to execute their contributions.
What is burning, my friend?
Senator Abbas.
Thank you for protecting my time. Honorable Speaker, as I said, this bill actually is a very good bill, that it takes interest of the public health facilities and the funds that have been charged the public is being taken care of. It improves what do you call financing of the health centers and the health facilities management and admin. However, also the bill makes justification for public finance bill, that is the BVM Act. The bill also ring-fence many generated money generated for health from health facilities. The bill also, also takes care of it guarantees the patients that they were able to get services at wherever they are, whether the health facilities, whether the health centers, whether it's in the hostels, hospital level 4. One other thing is that actually the bill also regulating health facilities, and the bill actually one other thing is the bill delegates legislative powers to those management committees. I think these are very good bill that gives time for the health facilities to at least to do their own services within their levels. However, I have a bit of fear, under the Speaker, that retaining funds at the collection level might encourage kind of a theft may be encouraged, because keeping money long in one of these many of these facilities, it may not be. If it's not taken to, accounted for, if it's not taken for deposits in the other places, the money that is collected by the hostel is being kept by the same people. This will encourage corruption. This will encourage, I think, misuse of funds. It's actually a good idea, but the thing is, actually, we need to have an oversight, a proper oversight put in place. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I have actually a case in my county where we have water user associations. The water associations actually will have them in the boreholes, and the boreholes are being managed by the associations, and the same guys are collecting the funds. Every animal is charged by taking the water, but this money actually now has gone, it's never been accounted for. So I think this kind of keeping money in the health facilities, keeping them where the money is being paid, is going to bring a lot of corruption. I think we need to have, at least we need to improve on this bill on how we can manage the funds as are available. As it is, it will now give a lot of loopholes for money to be stolen. Finally, Mr. Speaker, one other thing is that these funds, at times, some of these facilities cannot be able to generate enough funds to take care of the facilities, or they cannot buy drugs, they cannot get enough money to pay the staff, and therefore, the county, actually, especially the government, might use this as an excuse that they might not give some funds to the health facilities that are collecting their own money, because most of these people cannot even afford to pay for the services. Therefore, I think we need to have a clause also where the county has to give some money to these facilities from the cover, the common cover. One other thing is, Honorable Speaker, we need to have trained people. People should be trained on how to manage these things. The managements, actually, most of them are not well schooled. They have issues to do with accountability. They are just locals, and they can be their management can be really misused to give out this money. Therefore, with those few remarks, I beg to support, but with some amendments, this bill is going to be a wonderful bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Seki.
Thank you, Speaker, Honorable Speaker. I also want to support this bill that is called the FIF bill, which most of the counties have implemented. Most of them, at least my county has implemented the FIF bill, and I think this is a very important bill that is coming to make uniformity to all the counties, the 47 counties. What I want to contribute here is that we have the very strong history about what counties have been doing to the Department of Health. Particularly,
This, after devolution, when we get into devolution, we got a lot of problems because we had a lot of delays in procurement of services to the Department of Health, delays of supplies, and more so, even payment of staffs on overtime and sitting allowances to the staff who are working in the Ministry of Health. I want to say that this bill will, under Section 8, will try to bring the use of this fund and help to guide and also provide a mechanism on issues of procurement, and which this, after Section 6 needs to, Section 8 need to be very clear on areas where procurement and procurement of goods and services need to be done, because it is not really very clear. The other thing that I want to highlight in the bill is section 16 and 18 of the bill. Section 18, Honorable Speaker, Section 16 and 18, it provides some committees. It provides a committee, the hospital management team, and Section 18 provide a health facility management committee. If you can see very well, most of our colleagues have contributed on the hospital management team, and that is where we need to, I strongly support that. That is where we want to bring the public into that committee, because it is on the management. But when it comes to the Section 18 Health Facility Management Committee, we need to bring up the technical officers in the facility to be in that committee. Section 18 D provide one person who is a resident of the area nominated by the Joint Forum of Women organizations in the area and appointed by the County Executive Committee member. If you, Honorable Speaker, look at the roles of the facility, health facility management committee, it's definitely a technical role, which cannot be taken up by an outsider of the committee. The other area which I would really want to add to the drafters of this bill is to look at the procurement. The procurement, there is in that committee of the Health Facility Management Committee, there is no technical person on procurement unit, which is a very key area in terms of procurement of goods and services in the hospital facility. So I think it is good that we put that that officer to be in that committee. Otherwise, I want to support this bill and support, and even to request that the drafters of this bill to look at these amendments, and definitely I support the bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Ndiokech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that there is no doubt that we are incongruent with the Health Committee together with the Majority Leader, that our health facilities are indeed the most critical players in coming to aid to our people during emergency of health. And they help us do take care of public health problems, as well as help our people to deal with immediate health issues that they do need to. But Mr. Speaker, all this is a function of being timely in terms of that response. And I think that the spirit of this particular bill is to ensure that when health facilities need money, they are able to have that money exactly on time and exactly as they need it, so that they can respond as fast as they can. What defeats my mind, Mr. Speaker, though, is that if the function of that timely response is the issue of cash flow, and it's the issue of not having money as fast as you want. And it is because the money to be released from county coffers is a difficult process. It's a tedious process. Then why would you want to again legislate a number of bureaucratic elements that will make it more difficult to access that money? Indeed, I do agree, Mr. Speaker, that cash flow is always a problem in health facilities. But we must go to the reason why this cash flow is a problem to these health facilities. Mr. Speaker, health facilities work just the same as other businesses, whereby the issues around their medical supplies, debt that need to be paid as immediate as needed to be paid, and in some instances, some serious utility bills. For instance, somebody has just run out of money for oxygen, or somebody has just run out of money for electric bills to be able to take care of a certain caliber of people who are in the hospital becomes difficult, Mr. Speaker. That's understandable. But I don't think that we do cure it by having a more tedious process of having hospitals receive that money. So, Mr. Speaker, for me, I wanted to propose that the sponsors of this bill consider, if indeed they want to solve the issue of immediate access to finances, deleting and doing away with Article 11, Article 12, Article 13, and Article 14. The only article that you need here, Mr. Speaker, if you are strictly speaking business of healthcare services and provision, is Article 15. And in this Article 15, Mr. Speaker, I want to invite the Chair of Health to consider something like what we see in the US or other countries that have made advance in terms of rethinking public health. And instead of having this health management team, Mr. Speaker, they can have something called receivables financing team. This team can be able to enable our health facilities to first figure out and be able to propose what amount do we actually need in a respective hospital, not in a generic way. In a respective hospital, the amount needed to be retained so that you allow that receivable financial team to be able to allow some money that are not needed for immediate use to actually still go to the county coffers. That way, you won't claw back on devolution by, for instance, segregating the hospitals from county plans. If you look at Section 137 of the PFM Act, in terms of budgeting and economic planning in the counties, hospitals are involved. If you remove their entire financial instrument from the county side, then the county cannot budget for them. This will be also the way to also think about things like what Senior Alwale was telling us. Mr. Speaker, just request for one more minute. Just finish this point. Senator Alwale will tell you, Mr. Speaker, that a big part of cash flow problem is something called medical claims. You know, medical claims is not the money that you have. It's something that sometimes insurers have sometimes given you money, but you don't have it there and then. If you have a civil financial team, Mr. Speaker, they allow these health facilities to be able to do what we call medical factoring. And that medical factoring can be able to allow our facilities to be holistic in terms of their financial management, other than just looking at it from the money they receive and the money they spend. So I do support this bill, but Mr. Speaker, I want to discourage the majority leader as well as the health chair to look at this from a perspective of ensuring that we don't claw back on devolution by separating the issue of healthcare and development of county.
Senator Cheptumo, William.
Finally, Mr. Chair. Chair, Speaker, I want to add my voice to this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I support this bill. And I would like to refer the House, Mr. Speaker, to Article 43 of the Constitution, which talks about every person has the right to the highest attainable standard of health. Mr. Speaker, that should be the foundation of this bill. that it is constitutional responsibility of the government of the Republic, it is the responsibility of the county governments and of this House, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that every Kenyan accesses good health, being an economic or rather a social right under the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I support the bill. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at Section 3 of this bill on the objects and purposes of this act, it spells out clearly what this law intends to achieve. And Mr. Speaker, provide for an efficient, secure, accountable mechanism, B, establish a governance framework that will facilitate effective planning and so on, and C, provide for the operational management and use of retained health services revenue to supplement. And Mr. Speaker, this is an area I just want to raise because I had my colleague, Senator Muma, and some other members giving the impression that this will discourage the county governments and the national governments in funding our facilities. Mr. Speaker, the operative word here is to supplement. So these funds we are collecting in the health centers, Mr. Speaker, is not to be the only source of funding. In any event, the law is very clear here. So it is to supplement what is being given by the national government through the county governments. Mr. Speaker, this House is the champion of devolution. Health sector is devolved. And Mr. Speaker, those of us who come from those remote counties where we have dispensaries, which are very far from the referral hospitals. In my county, Mr. Speaker, if you are in a place like Tiatei, from Tiatei to the headquarters of the county is close to 300 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill because then it strengthens those units, the health centers, and the referral hospitals. And Mr. Speaker, I think this is an intention that is taken deliberately so that then, Mr. Speaker, we achieve the universal health care, which has been tried severally and has not been able to work. Mr. Speaker, if this law can be passed, and it helps our small hospitals, our referral hospitals in our counties, in our sub-counties, to have some resources to deal with the urgent matters of, say, drugs, of matters like facilities. Mr. Speaker, I think it will go a long way in ensuring that we have health accessed by our people. Mr. Speaker, it is the county governments which, in my view, will be able to help in this process. If you look at the law, Mr. Speaker, here, the national government shall be able to develop policy, some regulations that will guide this usage of this money, and that will still be implemented by the county governments. So I don't agree with the argument that this law takes away the devolution process from the county governments. It actually strengthens, if I may say so, it enables county governments to achieve the universal health care as enshrined in our Constitution under Article 43, Sub-Article 1, B or A of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I support, and if there are areas we need to amend, we can do so, Mr. Speaker, because this House, as we have now the third reading, where we can be able to bring all those amendments so that we polish this document, we polish this law, and have a law that...
Thank you, Senator William Cheptumo. Now we go to Senator Mwaruma Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity you've given to me to contribute to this bill, that is Facility Improvement Finance Bill. Mr. Speaker, for starters, I must state that I am a strong proponent and supporter of devolution of medical care, health services. Mr. Speaker, before devolution, most of the hospitals were in very deplorable conditions. However, after devolution, we have seen improvement in provision of health services, though we are not there yet. Mr. Speaker, this bill provides a mechanism for collection, retention, and management of funds. I know after this bill is enacted, there will be attendant regulations that will stipulate clearly how the money will be collected, retained, and how purchase of both pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals will be done. Mr. Speaker, it is really disheartening that hospitals are collecting funds from patients. However, those funds are swept to the CRF account, and it takes extremely long time for the funds to come back to the hospitals to purchase drugs and to purchase non-pharmaceuticals. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is fashioned to cure that. It is fashioned to heal that. It is very sad to note that when our mothers go to maternity, they have to carry their gloves. Why? Because the funds have been swept to the CRF account, and we have to go through the procedures of budgeting and procurement. So the passage of this bill will ensure that the pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals are readily available. This is not to say that the provisions of the Public Procurement and Assets Disposal Act would not be followed. It should really be followed, Mr. Speaker. Previously, most of the counties were averse to enacting this bill because in the second generation formula for sharing revenue, there was a parameter that was called fiscal responsibility. And for you to gain from fiscal responsibility, the first factor that was looked at is the amount of money that you raise under on-source revenue. And the second one, we were looking, or this Commission for Revenue Allocation was looking at how prudent you've used your funds in terms of the Auditor General's opinion. Now, most counties swept all the money from hospitals to the CRF account so that the on-source revenue could go up and they could benefit from that parameter of fiscal responsibility. However, in this, the formula that we're using now, that parameter is no longer there. So we would really encourage us to pass this bill, because then it will be an incentive for hospitals to improve the medical services so that more people can come to the hospitals, and so that hospitals can collect more money, and the provisions of healthcare would be better and better. Mr. Speaker, I like the aspect that we have many committees from the county level, the sub-county level, to the hospital level. And so if we collect money and have it used at the hospital level, and the committees that are looking or are managing the hospitals are made within the sub-counties and the hospital level, then there should be no reason why facilities or drugs, pharmaceuticals and non-pharms are not supplied in good time, Mr. Speaker. There would be nobody to blame. But I would like to look at the regulations when they are made. There should be strict measures put in place to avoid pilferage of public funds that are collected within the hospitals, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
Thank you. Lastly but not the least, Senator Dr. Murango James. And then Dr. Murango James, congratulations. This is my first time to come across this title. So,
Kitambo sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mstahiki Spika, unajua Mathayo 20 mstari wa 16 inasema wa kwanza atakuwa wa mwisho na wa mwisho atakuwa wa kwanza. Siri ni kukuja kama mtu amechelewa katika hii seneti ili uweze kuongea mapema.
Mstahiki Spika, nitachangia tu kidogo kwa sababu kwa huu mswada ambao tuko nao siku ya leo, mambo ni matatu. Njia ni tatu. Tuupitishe venye huko, tufanyie marekebisho, tuupige msasa alafu tupitishe, ama tuangushe. Kwa mfano mdogo tu, Mstahiki Spika, nitapeana mfano na nyumba ambayo imeingia panya. Unaweza amua kuchoma nyumba kwa sababu panya imeingia, kama Senator Otsotsi, uangushe bila hata kuipatia nafasi ya kufanyia marekebisho. Ya pili, unaweza amua kutafuta mtaalamu wa panya kama Senator Mbogwa akusaidie kutafuta yule panya, umtoe alafu kae kwa nyumba. Hiyo ndio kupiga msasa na kufanyia marekebisho. Ama unaweza amua kulala na panya ndani, haumi kwanza, alafu kukikucha utafanya mipango tofauti. Mstahiki Spika, nadhani kukosa kupitisha huu mswada hakutaondoa sheria ambazo zishapitishwa na county assemblies kule mashinani na ambao mtindo unatumika kama huu. Kwa hivyo ni nafuu kama tungeiwekea zinaitwa pete uzio, ring fence, ile pesa ambayo inatolewa na wagonjwa katika hospitali iwe inatumika tu kwa zile hospitali. Mstahiki Spika, kwa sababu wakati inawekwa katika mfuko moja kama sandaka, inawekwa kifungu moja kama kifungu ya samaki, ni kusema kurudi kwa zile pesa tena kuangalia hali ya hospitali inakuwa ni ngumu sana, kwa sababu zinapofanywa bajeti, zingine zitapelekwa barabarani, zingine zitaenda kutengeneza miungo msingi, zingine zitatengeneza bomba za takataka, na unapata wakati mwingi zile fedha zikienda kule zirudi tena kwa hospitali. Kwa hivyo Mstahiki Spika, mimi ningesema ya kwamba mswada najua huko kamili kabisa, lakini pia wakati mwingine kuna nafasi ya kufanyia marekebisho wakati mwingine. Lakini kwa leo tuvumilie tu, hata kama kuna makosa kidogo kidogo tupitishe, ili tupeane barabara ya kuhakikisha kwamba zile pesa zinaletwa na wagonjwa zinatumika katika zile hospitali. Najua Mstahiki Spika, kuna hospitali kubwa na kuna zile ndogo, kwa sababu wakati matibabu ambayo iko sawa inapokosekana katika hospitali, wale wakazi wa zile gatuzi wako na tabia ya kuhamia katika hospitali zile ziliko sawa katika gatuzi tofauti. Unapata kwamba kuna mkusanyiko na kufinyika kwa huduma katika zile hospitali. Lakini tukifanya hili nadhani tutasaidia pakubwa, na nimesema tena tayari kuna kaunti ambazo zinatumia huu mfumo. Kwa hivyo si kusema kwamba huu ndo wa kwanza, na kukosa kuupitisha si kusema zile hospitali zitaendelea kufanya. Kwa sababu ya muda na mwingine ambaye atakuja kama amechelewa, nitafikisha hapo. Asante sana Mstahiki Spika.
Thank you, Senator Murango. Okay, honorable senators, having no other senator willing to contribute, I now call upon the mover to reply. Majority Leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this chance. Thank you also for the opportunity to contribute and reply. I have listened to very, very many reactions to this bill and proposals from our colleagues who have taken time to explain bit by bit where they agree with the bill, where they disagree with it, and many have offered various proposals. Mr. Speaker, there are just about 2 or 3 things that I want to clarify. Number one is for members to mostly appreciate the procedure.
Just a minute, Majority Leader. You know, I don't know your intention of coming behind the chair. And you're out of order. Walk to the bar and then you cross to the side. Majority Leader, proceed.
Thank you. You'll excuse Senator Eddie, Mr. Speaker. Well, this is a new chamber, and you know in the Senate chamber you are covered, and there's a shield. That's why we normally walk behind the Speaker. I think that's what he assumed in this chamber, Mr. Speaker. But little did he know you are exposed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this chance. So I was saying, there are about 2 or 3 things that I want to say about this particular bill. Number one is for members to appreciate the procedure of a bill. That when a bill has been proposed, has been read a second time and people are debating, this is a time to raise all the suggestions that you have about areas upon which you feel a bill needs to be improved. And therefore, I find it quite strange, Mr. Speaker, when you listen to colleagues. I think I heard Senator Osotsi says, because of the proposals in the bill, I will oppose the bill in its entirety. Nobody, I think, having even listened to all our colleagues, everybody agrees that there's need to ring-fence this money that is collected at our various health centers so that it is used for the purpose of developing that particular health center. Where people disagree are on small issues, matters of procedure. I've listened. We're just having a discussion with Senator Eddy before I was called to reply on the centralization versus decentralization of systems in our county government. And I was explaining to him that much as Clause 26 of the bill proposes a centralized approach to procurement of goods and services, I explained to him that there's nothing different that this bill is proposing separate from what happens in all the other departments of a county government. If you go to roads, if you go to water, if you go to any other department of a county government, it's the same centralized system because of uniformity of practice. That's why you want for even ease of procuring goods and services. I think the most important and the greatest gain, because I even saw the memorandum from the Council of Governors, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that you ring-fence this money and ensure that it serves to develop that particular health center. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, I've had also concerns by members who says once this money is not sufficient. Of course it is not sufficient because, Mr. Speaker, the fact that you have ring-fenced this money doesn't mean you blocked any other additional funding to that health center. I'm just about to move a subsequent bill on facilities improvement. Once you conclude this business, that's actually the next bill, which is a separate line of funding again to our health facilities, separate from this particular resource basket. The two other bills that are being presently now considered in the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, speaks to revenue-raising measures, actually, of how to fund UHC. And I think, I don't know if it was Senator Catherine Muma or who, I listened to them explain, and I don't know whether it is the fact that I didn't go into detail about the concept of UHC, but I never said, or neither is it the intention of this bill to say that this is the single bill that will bring about UHC. Nothing could be further from the truth. This is one of the 4 enabling bills. The other 2 bills that are in the Assembly speak to issues of standardization, for example, of payment procedures for insurances. You know, for example, Senator Eddy, if you went and check, if a teacher in Migori goes to one of the private hospitals and they present their NHIF card, chances are what they will be charged is 2 times what they will pay at Migori County Hospital for the same procedure. It will also take Migori County Hospital maybe the full financial year before they file and receive their claims. Yet because of corruption issues and issues of oiling people's hands at NHIF, that private facility that charged double the amount will get that money within 1 month. And that is what has depleted many of our public health insurance schemes and even the private ones as well. There are bills that are standardizing that procedure, 2 of them now in the Assembly. Part of the resource basket that is being raised is the 3rd revenue stream to these particular facilities, and we'll be explaining more and more when moving those bills subsequently. That's why I said when I was moving this particular bill that much as in standard procedure, you speak to the bill that is before you, you cannot divorce all the 4 bills jointly put together and how their contribution comes to put together UHC. And that's why it is important that we handle them together so that we have a conversation about it. So I see members agree of the need of the bill, but many of them are disagreeing with one procedure or the other. Of course, I heard even people speak of how we expedited the process. The truth of the matter is, if you ask our colleagues who sit in the health committee, and you know how Parliament works, we work through our committees. Our committees are our eyes, because when you're considering a bill, the reason why most of the time, much as it's not standard that you must have the report of the specific committee, we wait for that committee to guide us. It's because committees take time to read close by close. And that's why our health committee, when we were on recess, for almost a whole week, they were in Mombasa with all the stakeholders and practitioners in this bill, going over this bill. There has been extensive public participation on this whole concept of USC and what needs to happen. Of course, as is expected on a broad subject such as this, you are never going to get uniformity and agreement on every procedure of how it's supposed to be done. But at least there is nobody that can say there hasn't been significant stakeholder involvement in this particular, all the 4 bills that are coming before us. That is not factual. And our health committee members, all that are in the House, can confirm that. As early as late last year, I remember engaging Senator Mandago, Chair for Health, and telling them that each time I see CS Nakumincha engaging with members of the National Assembly, how comes you as a Senate are not involved when you understand health is a devolved function? And we are able to resolve all those issues and mention to the minister that anytime you have a stakeholder engagement, have Senate and the National Assembly Health Committee seated jointly if you ever expect us to pass that bill. And it is on that account and that intervention that our health committee has been extensively involved in this particular process. So I want to plead with colleagues as I listen to you that, number one, for those of you, including the whip, and I think I had many other colleagues, raise and say, I think this ought to be done differently, like the issue of the superintendent and the administrator of the hospital, which was raised by Dr. Boni Halwale, the majority whip, who's a medical practitioner and perhaps has a better appreciation of some of these issues, though I know it's been long since his practice, but he still remembers anyway, as a trained medic, that you remember to file your amendment. The problem I have with many of you colleagues is that during your contributions, you are so eloquent, you speak so well, but are not diligent enough to follow through the proposals that you make. We shall, shortly after this moving, or after I reply, we shall go to division for second reading, which is to progress the bill now to the next stage, which is now where all the beautiful ideas that I have listened to from colleagues can be put together in the bill. And that's why I expect that between now and tomorrow in the afternoon, when we now do committee of the whole, Mr. Speaker, that members will take time to file all the proposals that they have made. So, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the time that our colleagues have taken to respond to. Of course, many of the insinuations that have been made about the bill are unfounded, and some of them actually are not factual. They don't feature even in the bill. But of course, in the nature of debate and politics and all these things, many good ideas sometimes get lost. But I appreciate, Mr. Speaker, the fact that members have been diligent enough. It's now almost 7:30, and you can see members are in the House. Many of them have sat through. Even those of us that have walked out, we have a very good lounge where for every member who was contributing, we're watching you and listening, agreeing, disagreeing with some of the proposals that you're making. I'm sure many of them are still there right now, Mr. Speaker. And should we raise the requisite number, they should be able to come in and we conclude on division for second reading so that tomorrow we progress the bill, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate what all our colleagues have done, each of them in their very eloquent presentations before the House this afternoon. This is how a debate should be in a House of Parliament. I don't know what is the magic of Turkana. I don't know if it's a hit, Mr. Speaker, but there were very minimal points of orders, Mr. Speaker. Members listened to each other. And maybe if you continue this way, we may reconsider the place of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, so that we operate from here, so that we debate more than argue in Parliament. Parliament is a place for debating, not for arguing, Mr. Speaker. And that's what I like about the session this afternoon. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the comments from all our colleagues. I request that you file your amendments tomorrow if you strongly feel. Otherwise, let's give these proposals a chance. We have worked with the system of government or the system of managing our health facilities the last 60 years as has been. This is a radical and a different thinking. I want to plead that even if, for example, you have a particular amendment which doesn't see the light of the day, let's still give this proposal an opportunity. You know, I had people, in fact, the final point, Mr. Speaker, speak on the issue of governance and say they are not sure how these funds are going to be administered. I think it was Senator Osotsi. Between CPIC our own committee, and the village CPITEs, you know, like what you have in our school, when a member of parliament brings a check and they say, I have brought 1.5 million to build a classroom here. Believe you me, the one for the village is more thorough than any government agency that you can put together, or even all of them combined, from the one of Auditor General to anything. Villagers and Kenyans are very, they are very woke, if I may put it that way, as young people will put it, Mr. Speaker. They know what is the cost of ballast, what is the cost of stone, how much it costs to put a classroom of this size versus that other. So don't be deceived that by going to the village, that it means that members of the public don't understand these things. We have a very sober society that is coming up, Mr. Speaker, and they do oversight sometimes better even than state agencies. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, much as we have put from clause 26 to 29 governance issues that are addressed in the particular bill, and members are open to perhaps tighten it if you feel it is not tight enough by way of amendment between now and tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, that the mechanisms that have already been proposed are fairly sufficient. So I want to plead that we give this proposed model a chance, Mr. Speaker, for it to conclude, and us, as representatives of the people, to ensure that our people enjoy better services. Remember, Mr. Speaker, if you read the opening notes that I mentioned, the whole concept of UHC is having preventive health care rather than what we presently have. The reason many of the Kenyans that are well-to-do live perhaps a more healthier life than those that are of a lower income bracket, Mr. Speaker, is because they are able to access preventive health care way in advance. They can go to hospital, even at the slightest of a headache. They can quickly get into a facility because they are insured and they are covered, and be checked, and whatever they are ailing for, be detected and sorted out early. If you follow through our current health expenditure, either nationally or at county government, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we spend more resources at the higher levels of hospitals, because by the time many of the people that we represent in this house go to hospital, they're extremely sick already. Because, you understand, because of the financial situation of many Kenyans, if they feel as if they are unwell, they'll say, let me just persevere and perhaps move along. Yet, maybe what they are suffering from, if they went to a better health facility, courtesy of this proposal and the next proposal that you are saying about facilities have been improved, you will have early detection. And you know, in the stages of intervention of a disease, the earlier you detect it, the better chances of survival you give to a particular patient. That's a whole concept. That's why we are trying to rethink this proposal and say, let's make our health facilities vibrant, let's make them more effective and ensure that they are better. I don't intend to be long, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you. Thank you, members, for indulging us. And with those very many remarks, I beg to reply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to the division, as I put it on Majority Leader, there are so many proposals. So members were saying, I contribute with amendments. But amendments will be practical when they find their way to the land reading. So maybe the chair can direct members how to file the amendments, and maybe so that by tomorrow those who are interested to do the amendments can really participate.
Allow me to say something about that.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think I mentioned in my comments, but I don't mind repeating, that we have between now and midday tomorrow to file in all our amendments and have the committee either consider them or give an approval for them to come before the House, so that you rise, as we do committee of the whole tomorrow, and convince us why you think we should proceed in a particular way. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat, for the sake of those who are not in at that time, that please don't make your contributions beautiful, but then leave it at that. Make sure that you write to the office of the clerk your proposed amendment so that we can progress it to the next stage. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Sifuna.
Thank you, Speaker. You know that I have a lot of respect for the leader of majority. I think the one thing that we are going to ask, Mr. Speaker, is that we proceed on the basis of good faith. Because previously we have allowed bills to proceed to the third stage, where we proposed amendments, and then those amendments were rejected in total, and then the bill proceeded in the manner in which they were actually withdrawn, and the bill proceeded in the original format. So I'm just speaking to my colleagues here and saying that I think we need to proceed on the basis of good faith, because we don't want to get to the same place we were with that previous bill. I'm sure everybody remembers. For us, the amendments we propose are going to be proposed in absolute good faith in order for us to have a perfect document that can help the counties. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
No, this one is not working. For the comfort of Senator Sifuna and maybe those who feel like him, I will have you appreciate two things. That these amendments, if you listen to the debate, have actually come from both sides of the House. None other than the whip himself has said is on my side, have said he's filing an amendment. So it's very clear to me that it is upon you as a member to file your amendment and convince us that the reason why I'm proposing this particular amendment is because of ABCD. And if it makes sense to everybody, I believe we'll pass that particular amendment. So, but I repeat, Senator Sifuna, because I've been in this House and I know members, after we vote, many of them never bother to follow through with what they had proposed during debate. So I repeat, please file your amendment. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, you know exactly that's what I said. From where I sit, there have been so many recommendations from the members. That is why I say it will be very important if they file the amendments so that they can be considered by the plenary and by the House tomorrow. So we are going now to the division, and I request the division bell to be rung for 5 minutes.
The division bell is currently on at the Senate. This particular bell is to rally members of the Senate to make their way back into the chamber this evening to allow the Senate and senators in general to, so to speak, vote on the Facilities Improvement Finance Bill. This particular bill has had members of the Senate debating this particular bill and centering their debate in regards to the events in Turkana County. Members of the Senate have called upon the Senate to ensure that adequate resources are allocated to counties, and especially Turkana County in general, to ensure that facilities are improved. Senators have highlighted some of the issues they've come face to face with since they made their way into Turkana County for this particular Senate Mashinani. The Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, this is a bill of 2023, seeks to provide for the public health facility improvement financing and the management as well as administration of the improvement financing for the connected purposes. Some of the issues that are key in Turkana County are hospital as well as schools and water, some of the social amenities that the senators are keen to have a look at and ensure that the billions allocated to this particular county, among them the equalization funds, can be accounted for. They'll be seeking to understand whether the monies that have been allocated in every financial year have been going into the planned projects. So this particular bill seeks to enhance various projects in projects across the 47 counties, and if approved by the Senate, then we'll be seeing a situation where the facilities receive an overhaul and facelifts into ensuring that services reach the common man as envisaged. There appears to be some development in the chamber. The Senate has raised that particular quorum. Allow me to hand you over for these particular live proceedings.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bills number 23 of 2023, be now read a second time. Now we are voting by roll call voting. Can I have two tellers? For the noes and the ayes, two volunteers, those who have energy. You know, there are members who have been going out many times to take tea and mandazi. Yes, Senator Veronica and Senator Aminda. So, clerk, read the names of the senators in the issue alphabetic order.
Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed, Wajir County.
I vote yes.
Senator Adan Duro Fatuma, Isiolo County.
I vote yes.
Senator Boy Isa Juma, Kware County. Senator Chirarike Samson, Nandi County. Senator Cheruiyot Aaron Kipkirui, Kericho County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Chesang Aaron Kiprotich, Trans Nzoia County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Chute Mohammed Said, Marsabit County. Senator Ekwoma James Lomenen, Turkana County.
I vote yes.
Senator Haji Abdur Mohammed, Garissa County. Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Homa Bay votes yes.
Senator Kamau Joseph Githuku, Lamu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kathuri Murungi, Meru County.
I vote yes.
Senator Keroche Tabitha Karanja, Nakuru County. Senator Haruare Boni, Kakamega County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Senator Kipkoror William Cheptumo, Baringo County.
Mr. Speaker, Baringo votes yes.
Senator Kisang William, Ergeyo Marakwet County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Elgeyo Marakwet County votes yes.
Senator Lelewe Steve, Samburu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Manso Daniel, Makueni County.
Makueni votes yes.
Senator Masayo Stewart, Kilifi County. Senator Mandago Jackson, Uasin Gishu County.
Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Matthew John, Nyandarua County.
Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Mundigi Alexander Munyi, Embu County.
Mr. Speaker, Embu County, yes.
Senator Mungatana Danson, Tana River County.
Speaker, sir, Tana River votes yes.
Senator Murango James Kamau, Kirinyaga County.
Yes.
Senator Mudhama Agnes Kavindu, Machakos County. Senator Mwaruma Jones, Taita Taveta County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, Tharaka Nithi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes, Tharaka Nithi.
Senator Mwinyi Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County. Senator Nderitu John Kinywa, Laikipia County. Senator Ngugi Joe Nyutu, Murang'a County.
Mr. Speaker, Murang'a votes yes.
Senator Ojenda Odhiambo Tom, Kisumu County. Senator Oginga Oburu, Siaya County. Senator Okech Edigisheru, Migori County.
Mr. Speaker, Migori votes yes.
Senator Okoiti Andrew Omtata, Busia County. Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County. Senator Onyonka Richard, Kisii County. Senator Ososi Godfrey, Vihiga County. Senator Recha Julius Murgol, West Pokot County.
West Pokot votes yes, and to the cows too.
Senator Robert Ali Ibrahim, Mandera County.
Mandera County, vote yes.
Senator Seki Lenku Orkanar, Kajiado County.
Kajiado County, vote yes.
Senator Sifuna Edwin Watenya, Nairobi City County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Thangwa Paul Karungo, Kiambu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Wafula David Wakoli, Bungoma County.
Bungoma, the great people of Bungoma vote yes.
Senator Wakili Hirar Sigei, Bomet County.
Bomet County votes yes.
Senator Wamatinga Wahome, Nyeri County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the great county of Nyeri votes yes.
Senator Wambua Enoch, Kitui County.
Mr. Speaker, for and on behalf of the great people of Kitui County, I vote yes.
Honorable Senators, these are the results of the division. Ayes 31, noes 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it.
a bill for an act of parliament to provide for public health facility improvement, financing and management and administration of the improvement, financing and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number.
Oh, sorry. You are still detained. Okay, can you open the doors and withdraw the bar? Next order.
Order number 13, the Primary Health Care Bill, Senate Bills number 44 of 2023, second reading.
Majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the comfort of members who might be tired, let me just explain what I'm about to do before moving the bill. That we have agreed that given that we had already moved the extension of time, I will do my moving of this particular bill. It will be seconded. If there are members who feel like they still have the energy and want to contribute on it, you can contribute. If you're tired, there'll still be an opportunity tomorrow, because in any case, no, there is no problem. If you're tired, it's allowed, because many people have said they have indicated they're actually tired. They want to have a rest. But there are people who have said, to save on time, it's 7 o'clock, it is Turkana. From here, they'll go to their, 8 o'clock actually, it's Turkana. From here, they will go to their rooms, they can't sleep. But of course, they are young at heart who have many other things that they want to do. For those ones, we will allow to indulge and do that, all that pertains to youngness. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what will be the challenge, because
Majority Leader, I hope you are coming up with a consensus on how to manage the remaining time.
yes, we've agreed that I move seconded, we end it at that, so that those who want to leave can leave. In any case, you know, just for your comfort, Senator Wambua, I understand your point, but remember, we have our standing order. In a few minutes, this house will not be quoried, because we'll be less, and so we will have the opportunity to proceed on it tomorrow, so that we save on time. Though Senator Sifuna has raised something valid with me, that the Speaker's dinner is equally part of the program. So 5 or 10 minutes I move, 5 minutes seconded by Senator Mandago, and we proceed to... No. He's drafting his notes. So, Mr. Speaker, sorry, Madam Speaker. Sorry, my apologies. It hadn't registered that there has been change. So, Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Primary Healthcare Bill, Senate Bill number 44 of 2023, be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, this bill was first published on the 15th of September and read a first time on the 19th of September. The principal object of this bill, this is something important, because I've said this is one of a series of about 4 bills, actually, to be specific, that will come to this House in support of UHC. We have just concluded second reading, Madam Speaker, on financing of facilities. This is now purely on primary health care, Madam Speaker, which is at the heart. I just said this in the concluding remarks on my replying notes. Madam Speaker, in the second reading of the financing of county health facilities, that at the heart of this conversation, Madam Speaker, is primary health care. What is it that we can do that we move from a reactive to a preventive healthcare system? It is very expensive, and you know these members, to treat any particular ailment when it advances to a particular stage. Yet, if you do the early detection, Madam Speaker, you save on money and you ease off the burden to the taxpayer, you ease off the burden to the citizens. That's why we are having this conversation about primary healthcare bill, Madam Speaker. Therefore, primary healthcare is a fundamental, essential component of our healthcare system anywhere. Those that have studied the world's best performing healthcare systems, from India to Turkey to Israel, Madam Speaker, there is no miracle that they perform. It is that their primary healthcare systems are very effective, Madam Speaker. And therefore, both at national and county government level, we must have this conversation through this bill. And I beg your indulgence, Senator colleagues, because I expect you to take time, read the bill, because you have the beauty with Turkana, Madam Speaker, is that the levels of distractions are fairly limited, unless for the easily distractible, Madam Speaker. But for most of the members, you have all the time to sit down and read. And I want to encourage members to read this particular bill and make your contribution on what is it that you think needs to work with our primary health care, because this is now the engine. If UHC was a vehicle, Madam Speaker, and financing of county facilities, which I've just read, is a body, the engine is actually the bill that I'm moving. Primary healthcare system. Ensuring that we have a system, Madam Speaker, that detects early, treats early, and ensure that members are properly informed. And this is a proposal that you'll find in the bill, Mr. Speaker. And you'll find that this primary healthcare that I'm referring to is of paramount importance, Madam Speaker, as it serves as a frontline defense in healthcare systems. It ensures that there is, one, universal access to essential services that promote health, because the 100,000 community health promoters that are being set up, the same training will be offered to all of them across the country. And this is important for citizens of Turkana to listen. The community health promoter that will serve Senator Edwin Sifuna in his current home is the same training that will be undertaken by the CHP officer who will serve you in your home in Lokichar.
Would you wish to be informed, Senator Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, just for the information of the Majority Leader in the House, I actually do not live in Karen. I wish that God hears the prayers that you're saying to me, as they say, from your mouth to God's ears, but I am not yet there. You know, misrepresentation of my financial status can have adverse results, Majority Leader, you know. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
We all say amen to that prayer.
Yeah, we have said amen, Senator Sifuna. But you know, for us that are of a Christian faith, Madam Speaker, you know, you say you first confess, then you possess. There is such a theory. So I'm happy that Senator Sifuna has confessed. All that is left is now for him to possess. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the point, not to lose a point, is that our community health promoters in Turkana will receive equal training, just like any community health promoters in all the parts of the country. What may vary, Madam Speaker, is the number of homes that they'll be taking care of course, because of the pressures of population. Therefore, Madam Speaker, when we focus on prevention and early intervention and holistic care, it improves an individual's well-being. It also reduces the overall burden on healthcare system and resources. It fosters community-centered, patient-provider relationship. It addresses the health disparities and promotes, Madam Speaker, cost-effective health delivery. Cost-effective, why, Madam Speaker? Because I had explained earlier, and I want to repeat for the sake of my colleagues to understand, that when we wait and intervene a bit late in the day, it becomes more expensive. If you had a community health promoter, which is part of what, or the officers or the army that will roll out this program of community, preventive, of primary health care, Madam Speaker, they guide, they provide the necessary information, they test citizens early in advance and give them the early warnings on lifestyle, change of certain cultures, Madam Speaker, so that people can live healthy life. And the significant, by investing, and studies have actually been done, Madam Speaker, to show that when you invest more in the countries that I had mentioned earlier, in your primary health care, Madam Speaker, eventually your overall budget spend as a country goes down because you will have very little to spend at secondary level, which is extremely more expensive than at primary health care, Madam Speaker. For example, in the present country, we spend in excess of, Kenyans spend in excess of 400 to 500 billion Kenya shillings annually on medical care. This is when you cumulatively put it together, both private and public health facilities. If we were to spend this amount, it reduces, if you were to spend our time and energy building a resilient primary healthcare system, Madam Speaker, which is the object and the organ of this particular bill, Madam Speaker, that bill will tremendously be reduced. And there's facts that is to support this. I have seen the amendments that have come from KPMDU and other stakeholders that sent in their views on the bill, who are actually in support of this proposal, part of the report that has been tabled this afternoon, appreciating the importance that this is long overdue. We should have done this from 1963, and Kenya would have been perhaps a better place than what it is. For this reason, the importance of the bill, Madam Speaker, can never be gainsaid. And therefore, this bill is proposing the establishment of something called the Primary Healthcare Advisory Council that advises national and county governments on implementation of primary healthcare, testing the systems, ensuring information exchange and transfer, seeing what has worked, what hasn't worked, Madam Speaker, and making it better. The bill also creates the County Primary Healthcare Advisory Committee at the county level. All the 47 counties, Madam Speaker, will have this council that will be tasked with ensuring there is effective implementation of primary healthcare through resource. Number one, of course, is to mobilize the resources. Remember, members, the reason I keep reminding you that these bills are 4 of them is so that you don't lose track of every conversation. Remember, we've already ring-fenced at the previous bill that we were conversing, money that is raised at that particular health center. We are talking now about other measures of revenue raising still to that particular health center, because I had people, I think it was Senator Sifuna, or I don't remember who mentioned earlier that once you have ring-fenced, perhaps there's a risk of counties saying that because you have remained with the resources that you raise, there is no need for additional measures. That will be the work of this County Primary Healthcare Advisory Committee to evaluate and see what are the needs of health center by health center. Are they properly resourced? Are they falling short, and by how much, to roll out primary health care, Madam Speaker? And therefore, they'll resource mobilize and advocacy and planning of development of the primary health care service delivery, Madam Speaker. They sit and have a wholesome view of the entire county. Then, of course, specifically when you read the bill, of course, Part 1 to Part 3, as is the practice and the norm, it normally contains preliminary provisions. Part 2 of the bill, which has clause 4 to 7, provisions on healthcare services that are accessible at community level and at health facilities. The provisions mandate the county government to facilitate the delivery of these services. It is now cardinal by law, colleagues, of certain levels of treatment that must be available at various health levels, from dispensary to a health center to a sub-county hospital, stratified and defined, so that a particular institution cannot pass. You don't have these things where governors are painting buildings and calling it a health center when the only thing that is available is a cupboard and Panadol, Madam Speaker. That will be a thing of the past. This is provided for in Section 2 of the bill. Section 3, Madam Speaker, provisions contains clause 8 to 12 contains a provision for the primary healthcare workforce. These are the community health promoters and other healthcare providers, Madam Speaker. The provision sets out the recruitment process of community health promoters by the county service through the County Public Service Board and their functions and obligations. Part 4 of the bill has clauses 13 to 20. It provides for the roles of the national government through Ministry of Health, the county governments, and various administrative committees and the councils, the ones I had mentioned to earlier. Clause 21 to 23 contains miscellaneous provisions, the usual transitional provisions on offenses and penalties if you make certain offenses, and the delegated powers granted by the Cabinet Secretary for health powers to make subsidiary legislation. Therefore, I want to urge senators to support this important bill, noting that primary health care is a foundation upon which a comprehensive healthcare system is built. Just a final point, Madam Speaker, and I know perhaps this will be raised by many colleagues when they later come to speak, and this is something that I have seen the committee address but did not conclude on it. The issue of standards and there are various health bodies that manage the practice of professions. For example, if you are to be a lab technician, some of these CHPs will be carrying out tests in our homes. What is their place vis-a-vis that of the KMLTTB? There is an institution such as that, Madam Speaker. The Kenya Medical Lab Technician, I think, practicing board. Madam Speaker, it is important that we make a provision, perhaps by way of amendment eventually, when we are done with second reading of this bill, Madam Speaker, to make sure that all these national bodies that have got the expertise that has been built over the years, we don't lose them by keeping them at the national and not have a representative office. With all these resources that you are raising, Madam Speaker, nothing makes it impossible for KMLTTB, the one for nurses, the one for doctors, at least to have a resident office in each of our counties, Madam Speaker. Why do I say so? The issue of standards. The fact that we are sending people to to test people in their homes and give health advice doesn't mean that we should blur the lines in terms of practice in healthcare service provision, Madam Speaker. We don't want to have instances where a CHP, for example, goes and they are drawing out blood from people, yet they are not a trained lab person. These standards must be observed, and later on, the committee must either assure us ways in which that has been covered, because I haven't seen that in the bill, and moved by way of amendment, Madam Speaker. Therefore, with those very many remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to move and request the chair of the Health Committee, Senator Jackson Mandago, to second. I thank you.
Senator Jackson Mandago.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, from the onset, let me say that this primary healthcare bill is a bill, Madam Speaker, that is going as part of the bills that are going to enable the rollout of UHC. And Madam Speaker, the primary healthcare bill is the bill that is going to set into motion the preventive and promotive part of health that has, for a very long time in this country, actually been ignored or even totally shelved, Madam Speaker. This is what has resulted into the high cost of health in this country. And a shift from preventive and promotive, Madam Speaker, to curative is what has resulted in very high medical bills, very many cases, and very high disease burden, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in this bill, the bill is bringing into force the community health promoters, who initially were called community health volunteers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the provisions that have been made and community health promoters that are being brought on board, unlike in the past, Madam Speaker, this bill provides for a stipend for the community health promoters to be paid a monthly stipend. This is the way to make it sustainable for the community health promoters to be available for this service, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, other than training, the community health promoters will be equipped with specific tools and equipment for their work. For the first time, Madam Speaker, in this nation, we are going to have a designated community health promoter who will be responsible for at least 1,000 homes. To make it possible, even for the nation, both national government and county governments be able to have now accurate statistics in terms of the people who are being attended. Madam Speaker, the community health promoters will help this nation in making sure that patients are given, or citizens are given proper advice. Where community health promoters have been able to check, they will be advised correctly. Madam Speaker, the referral system of health in this country has never been very effective because patients or Kenyans have been left to self-refer. When a citizen feels they are not feeling well, it's up to them to make a decision whether they are going to go to a level 4 facility or go to a referral hospital. With the presence of community health promoters at the grassroots, Madam Speaker, citizens will be advised correctly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill will also be clearly providing for the roles of national and county governments. And for the first time, Honorable Speaker, we are seeing a very strong collaboration between county governments and the national government in making sure that we go in this new direction of preventive and promotive health services. Madam Speaker, because of the other engagement the Senate has, and we still have time to debate this bill when members will be bringing amendments, I want to stop there and beg to second.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Primary Health Care Bill, Senate Bills number 44 of 2023, be now read a second time. Honorable Senators, time is now far gone, and we are now ready for debate on this bill. I'm proposing that we limit the time for this debate and the number of contributors to the debate. What is your point of order, Honorable? Senator Eddy.
Madam Speaker, I'm raising understanding order number 1 to seek your interpretation and guidance. When this House extended its sitting, it extended its sitting clearly until the debates and conversations around the bill that we just discussed ended. So is it in order to still continue extending this sitting beyond the sitting hours of Senate, Madam Speaker?
Senator Eddy, in view of the circumstances that surrounded the extension of time for the debate, I will order that the House be adjourned. Honorable Senators, having dispensed with the business as earlier resolved, it's now 8:12 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 27 September 2023 at 9:30 a.m.